Dear attendees, welcome to the annual regional conference of the Regional Challenge Fund. To have a smooth virtual conference experience, please follow this guide. The official language of the conference is English. Simultaneous interpretation to project languages, channels Albanian, Macedonian, Serbian, Bosnian, and Montenegrin is provided. To activate interpretation, click the interpretation button on your screen and choose the channel you wish to listen to. In case you're having technical difficulties, contact technical support via chat room or contact RCF at info@rcf-wb6.org. Enjoy the annual regional conference.
Respected members of the project team, dear partners, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Balša Čulović and I'm Program Coordinator of Regional Challenge Fund on behalf of WB6 Chamber Investment Forum. On behalf of the Managing Board of the Western Balkans 6 Chamber Investment Forum and the Regional Challenge Fund, I would like to express my gratitude for your presence at the annual regional conference in Western Balkans 6. The Regional Challenge Fund is a financing facility designed to increase youth employability. It's an initiative undertaken by German Development Bank, the KfW, and financed by German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, co-financed by our CEST partners. The main implementation partner is the Western Balkans 6 Chamber Investment Forum, whose operations are supported by consultants from the fund management unit. The decision for CEF to coordinate the Regional Challenge Fund was made after a comprehensive review of the economic circumstances by our partners in cooperation with the German Development Bank KfW. I take this opportunity to express my gratitude for the trust you have placed in us after the careful consideration and assessment of the capacities and capabilities of the CEF itself. Allow me to take this opportunity to remind you that the Western Balkans 6 Chamber Investment Forum is a joint initiative of the national chambers of Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, Kosovo, North Macedonia, and Montenegro, by which the economic platform aimed at promotion of the region as a single investment and business destination was established in 2017. This initiative represents more than 350,000 companies, mostly small and medium-sized enterprises, realizing a mission of opening up new opportunities for stronger networking of business communities. Western Balkans 6 Chamber Investment Forum actually represents the response of the business community to the political and economic processes in the region. From the preparations for this project so far, it has become clear that the WB6 business community provides strong support to the free movement of goods and services throughout the region in order to reduce costs and enable our economies to be more competitive on the global market. However, this is not enough to succeed in this demanding business environment. This was the reason for the establishment of the Regional Challenge Fund. It is my pleasure to also moderate the opening of the second annual regional conference of the Regional Challenge Fund. As mentioned, the funds have been allocated by the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ. We are honored to present today Ms. Heike Backhofen-Werneche, who is the head of the division for Southeastern and Eastern Europe and South Caucasus at the Federal Ministry for Cooperation, for Economic Cooperation and Development.
A very warm welcome to our key partners, to the Regional Challenge Fund event, to the Swiss Development Corporation, to the Western Balkans 6 Chamber Investment Forum, to the KfW, to all the organizers and participants from the region and from Europe. For the German Development Cooperation, the RCF is a unique and innovative instrument because it brings together relevant actors from all over the Western Balkans, and because it establishes the missing link between the private sector, the universities, and the vet schools. It leads automatically to a coalition of the willing. The German government strongly supports the region through its political initiatives, such as the Berlin process, which has already proven to be an effective instrument, and it has and will continue to galvanize regional cooperation in resolving the problems of common relevance. Among the thematic areas are the infrastructure gap, youth unemployment, competitiveness of economies, and environmental issues. We do believe that with the RCF, we will be able to fight unemployment and underemployment in a significant and effective way and offer sustainable and fair opportunities for young people to take their future into their own hands, especially young women. Furthermore, the RCF is a perfect vehicle to introduce structural changes necessary on a regional level for digitalization and green transformation. RCF promotes cooperative vocational education and training as a necessary factor to create the environment for economic growth. Our experiences from Germany show that dual education significantly affects youth employability and business competitiveness. We are proud to see the results from 2 previous regional challenges and how the project has already succeeded in bringing together the education and business sectors in a very innovative and dynamic way. We are glad to be able to contribute financially to this initiative. After an initial project volume of around 10 million euro, when the last RCF conference in December 2021 took place, our contribution to the fund had already reached around 33 million euro. But I'm very happy to say that since that day, it has been increased to 64 million euro in total for vocational training providers and companies from the region, and calls to create better conditions for their students and future workers. An important achievement is that our dear friends from the Swiss Development Cooperation have joined us in the RCF. I'm sure the exchange you will have about the cooperative approach in VET, especially concerning greening, digitalization, and supporting students in development careers, will be fruitful and inspire such reflection for the benefit of the organizations, VET, and the business community around the region. I wish you great success, and I congratulate all awarded projects and partner organizations once again. Thank you.
We thank Ms. Backhofer-Wernicke, and now we move toward to Western Balkan. We will hear now from my dear friend, Mr. Rafuna, President of the Managing Board of Chamber Investment Forum WB6. I suggest we listen to Mr. Rafuna.
Dear partners, it is my honor and pleasure to be part of this very important event from many perspectives. Empowering youth entrepreneurs is the greatest contribution that we can make to the society. Regional Challenge Fund is contributing in this direction by empowering training providers to increase the skills of workers according to the needs of the business in respective sectors. With the empowerment of workers and enterprises, the benefits are multi-phase and long-term for all countries of the Western Balkans. This financial grant from German Development Bank is being to facilitated by Western Balkan 6, an organization that represents the economy of 6 countries in the Western Balkans. Today, I'm addressing to you as the chairman of the Investment Forum of the Western Balkans to express our gratitude for the great supporters of this initiative. Firstly, the German government, and in the meantime, the Swiss government. It is wonderful news that now the third regional call has been launched, and for this I have invited education institution and business to join in a way that fulfills the condition and gain financial and non-financial support for this idea. As the president of Kosovo Chamber of Commerce, I have given special importance to education and professional training, and I'm glad that education is also of particular importance in the framework of CIF. Allow me to inform you that within the framework of the CIF, we have initiated to establish a Balkan Regional Center for Training and Certification of workers from the country of the Western Balkans. Such a center help not only in empowering workers, but it would also affect the regional cooperation to business. Therefore, as the president of the CIF, I assure you that commitment and dedication of Western Balkans seeks towards and empower of the youth will bring even more financial support so that the business of the Western Balkans have skilled workers. Who are the biggest assets of company? Are prerequisite of the quality of our products and being a partner of business that want to invest in the Western Balkans. I take this opportunity to thank all those who are contributing to make this approach viable. Thank you very much.
We thank to Mr. Ljuzim Rafuna for reminding us about the importance of the Regional Challenge Fund for the WB6 region. Of course, the financial part is not the most important. However, I'm sure that the news about additional funds are very welcome by our partners today, among whom we have many applicants consortia for vocational education institutes and enterprises. The Regional Challenge Fund would not be possible without the German Development Bank, KfW. KfW has initiated the Regional Challenge Fund project and strongly supports its implementation from the very beginning. I'm thrilled to present Mr. Klaus Martin Müller, who is the director for the Southeastern Europe and Turkey at the KfW Development Bank. Mr. Müller, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning to all of you, and welcoming you to the annual conference of the Regional Challenge Fund. A special welcome to BMZ and the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, who generously are providing the finance for this exciting program, and certainly also a very special welcome greetings to the Western Balkans 6th Chamber of Investment Forum. We just had the president speaking to us. KfW is very pleased to be part of the team of the Regional Challenge Fund team as financing institution on behalf of the German and Swiss government, and vocational education and training plays a very significant role in KfW's portfolio, not only worldwide, but also in Germany. And we hope that we can contribute this experience that we have gained worldwide and also in Germany to this partnership. For me, it's the second time I have the privilege to address the annual conference. And I have to say that I'm deeply impressed about the results we have seen over the past years, highlighting maybe three dimensions: the overwhelming demand that we are seeing for the Regional Challenge Fund finance, the impact, but also the establishment of a regional platform for employment. A few words about the demand. We now have seen 2 successful calls and with more than 60 projects and more than 300 enterprises participating. I think these are impressive figures, and we certainly hope that the forthcoming calls will be equally well received by the educational institutions and the private sector. And I think that the private sector is really showing such a strong demand for the finance is really a great sign. Because it means that also the private companies are investing in the future skills of young people. And certainly, and it was mentioned already a few times, we are very happy that this demand can also be fulfilled by increasing the finance for the Regional Challenge Fund. And while BMZ so far has been providing the core finance, we are really excited and very happy that the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation is providing now financing for this exciting program. Maybe coincidentally, Mr. Derek George is on the screen just beside me, so it maybe shows that we're really starting a very exciting partnership. Maybe second, looking at the impact, more than 4,000 students are benefiting now from, on an annual basis, from the Regional Challenge Fund investments, and we all certainly are very confident that these graduates will enter the labor market with higher employability and also with better employment prospects. And I think another important aspect is that teachers and in-company trainers are provided with additional training, so to ensure what we call the lifelong learning. But it's not only the quantities that are impressive. I think what is also impressive that the Regional Financial Fund put a strong emphasis on topics of innovation, like digitalization, automation, but also following the trend of putting more emphasis on sustainable development amid climate change. And I think with this special partnership of private enterprises and public institutions for education, I think it's ensured that we really meet the labor market demand. And I think another important aspect when we talk about impact is that by this competitive mechanism, this challenge fund mechanism, we also get a lot of new ideas, which hopefully are also fruit for improving the vocational education and training sector as a whole. And the last aspect that I would like to highlight is the regional platform character of the Regional Challenge Fund. I think we all remember that the Regional Challenge Fund was launched as part of the Berlin process. And I think we're also happy to see that with the summit last November, the Berliner process has gained a new momentum. And I'm really convinced that the Regional Challenge Fund can make a very meaningful contribution to the Berlin process. Very rightly, youth and education is at the center of the Berlin process. So let me at the end really say a big thank you to all those who had the courage to initiate this innovative and very important program. And especially also a big thank you to the implementing agency, the Western Balkans Sixth Chamber Investment Forum. A big thank you also again to the financing partners, the Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development in Germany, the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation in Switzerland, and certainly also a big thank you to the organizers. It's always a lot of work to bring everybody together and to organize such events. So a big thank you, and I wish you all a very successful and fruitful conference. Thank you.
We thank Mr. Müller for the kind words. And I use this opportunity to also thank his colleagues from Frankfurt, especially to Ms. Victoria, for her support, as well as his colleagues from the national KfW offices in the Western Balkans Six Economies for their support. German Development Bank KfW and Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, SDC, have successfully closed a financing agreement to support the regional fund. With this agreement, SDC allocates 9.7 million Swiss francs to fund cooperative training projects in the Western Balkans. On behalf of our Swiss partners, today with us is Mr. Derek George. Mr. Derek is also the member of the Oversight Board of the Regional Challenge Fund. Dear Derek, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Balcha. Good morning, everyone. Special greetings, of course, to Ms. Offen-Warnecke from the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation. dear Mr. Müller, Mr. Rafuna from the CIF, dear participants from all the Western Balkans, ladies and gentlemen. It's, of course, a great pleasure to be here today and to welcome you on behalf of Switzerland to the annual conference of the Regional Challenge Fund. Vocational education and training has been a hallmark of Switzerland's development cooperation for over 60 years now. And I think the reason is simple. We believe that Switzerland's dual system of vocational education and training is a key factor for our economic success and social cohesion. And so throughout the Western Balkans, the SDC, our agency, which is part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, promotes various cooperative training approaches, which all have one trait in common. They bring together public and private stakeholders in order to strengthen labor market relevance and quality of imparted skills to provide young people with the skills they need to enter the workforce. To this end, the SDC works on many levels, developing formal and non-formal training offers that respond to the needs of people joining the labor market and the economy. Improving the transition from the world of work from the world of education to the world of work, and intermediation between labor demand and supply. So when the opportunity arose to join hands with the German government and the Western Balkan 6th Chamber Investment Forum, we happily came on board with a contribution of approximately 10 million euros. As we share the same objectives, and Germany and Switzerland together co-founded the donor committee on dual vocational education and training many years ago, this collaboration comes very naturally. From now on, the experience and networks of Swiss programs in the region will be at the disposal of the RCF, and the RCF will complement and enhance the results of Swiss bilateral programs in the region. The intelligent design of the RCF promotes our common objective of advancing labor market relevance and private sector involvement in vocational education and training. It incentivizes schools to engage with companies, to ask which occupational profiles are needed, what skills are demanded by the partner companies, and crucially to design and deliver these trainings jointly with the companies. The RCF competition, involving regular open calls for vocational education institutes and company consortia, provides impulses for the VET system to rapidly adjust to new or changing qualifications demanded on the labor market. And this was a major selling point as well for us. We truly believe in the effectiveness of this mechanism. And we believe that this will result in higher employability of graduates, to a closing of the skills mismatch, to higher employment and strengthen competitiveness of enterprises in the region. And this is what we are all about. In the end, it's about growth and job creation, of course. So for Switzerland, scaling and joining the steering mechanism of the RCF offers significant advantages, of course. With our financial contribution, we enhance the RCF's outreach and thereby advance the overall objectives of promoting private sector involvement, quality, and inclusion in vocational education. But at the same time, we also enhance and accelerate the impact of our bilateral engagements in 5 Western Balkan countries. In many of the countries here in the Western Balkans, we also work in a much more targeted manner bilaterally on many levels. So we believe there's really scope for cross-fertilization there. So in sum, we enhance the RCF will enhance the effectiveness of the Swiss bilateral work on vocational education in the Western Balkans, while our bilateral programs and experience will also enhance the impact of the significant investments by the Regional Challenge Fund. So I would like to really warmly thank the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation, the KfW Development Bank, and the Chamber Investment Forum for the great financing mechanism that you have built to promote cooperative training approaches throughout the region, and for partnering with Swiss cooperation in this endeavor. I'm happy to officially announce Switzerland's contribution to the 3rd call for proposals of the Regional Challenge Fund. And I encourage all representatives that are here today with us, representatives of vocational training institutes and companies, to make good use of the upcoming opportunities offered by the Challenge Fund under the third call for proposals. So looking forward to the further discussions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Derek. Thank you indeed. As I can see, today we have more than 200 participants. So once again, I want to thank you all for your presence today. I'm sure that the most of you are already familiar with my colleagues, consultants from the fund management unit, led by Mr. Frieder Wehrmann. The fund management unit team supported the organization of this conference, and they will guide you throughout the remaining sessions. I will now hand over the moderator's microphone to my dear colleague, Deputy Team Leader of the Regional Challenge Fund, Ms. Jelena Manić-Radojčić. Jelena, the floor is yours, and microphone as well.
Thank you, Balša. I hope my microphone works and you can hear me well. Thank you for handing over moderation. And I would also like to share our sincere thanks to all speakers who gave their inspiring welcome addresses. And we heard that a Regional Challenge Fund as a financing facility, it's financed by the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development and the Swiss government, represented by Swiss Development Cooperation Agency, and funds were commissioned to the KfW Development Bank with Western Balkan Chamber Investment Forum as a main implementation partner. And you've been able to hear representatives of all these institutions within the previous session. In addition, there is another piece of the puzzle, let's say, to make the RCF works, and that's the fund management unit established by the Implementing Consulting Consortium to support Western Balkan CIF Secretariat in the day-to-day management and financial management of the fund. It's in charge of organizing open calls, selection processes, providing technical support to projects, procurements, monitoring, and various other tasks. And we have here with us Dr. Frieder Wehrmann. Frieder has been the team leader of the RCF Fund Management Unit since day one of the project. And he's responsible almost for all of these processes that I have just mentioned. And we heard that the first and the second round of applications of the RCF attracted more than 300 expression of interest, selecting 63 projects, allocating approximately 27 million euros. But Frieder will tell us more about the two previous open calls and what are the lessons learned from these two calls. Frieder, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Jelena. As well, Balša, thank you very much for the nice moderation of the opening session, and as well from my side, a warm welcome to all the speakers and especially the participants. So indeed, as Jelena mentioned, more than 200 now, which is a very rewarding outcome of the efforts the team has put into organizing this conference. As Jelena mentioned, I will run you through a couple of the results that we have for the first two calls, and reflect a bit on what we have taken from it. I will share my screen and run you through a couple of slides. That should be visible now. Jelena, could you briefly confirm? Yeah, okay. Good, let me just switch to the presentation mode. As already mentioned by the previous speakers, Mr. Müller especially, and Derek as well. We have substantial funding in the Regional Challenge Funds. Here a short breakdown of how this is composed. As well, maybe to highlight as well the fact that we have national windows as well. In addition to the big regional window, they all come together in the competitive mechanism that we have established with the Challenge Fund. But obviously, there's more money available for certain countries, and this is reflected here. We have right now the 33.5 million of the BMZ in the regional window, plus around 10 million of the SDC. That is the biggest part of it. Then we had two smaller windows until now, the Serbia window and the North Macedonia window. And but now, fortunately, or committed additional funding for the Serbian window of 7.6 million, the Kosovo window and the Albanian window, all committed by the BMZ. So yeah, a lot of work ahead, and hence maybe good to look at the previous two calls and see how it worked, and as well how the indeed a very positive response of the market can be as well prolonged into the future calls. Yeah, some of the figures I have summarized here with regard to the market response to the first two calls. We have operated online for most of the activities that were organized for those two calls. And especially in the first call, we had a quite impressive response from the VET community and the schools, with 3,500 participants in the RCF events that we organized around the call. In the second call, it was a little bit less. The same then for the registration in the grant management system. These are those people interested and looking at the possibility of submitting an application. Not all of them do it, but we still consider them part of our pipeline development. So it's the basis of contacts we have. We have received then more than 300 expressions of interest for the two calls, 205 in the first one, 123 in the second call. And then as well, a significant number of companies have signed the MOUs, more than 600 first call, more than 450 in the second call. That shows already that with the received expressions of interest in the second call, we had many more companies joining the consortium. So we take this as a good sign that indeed the message is well received as well in the private sector, and that companies are interested in joining the efforts. With regard to the numbers of the received expressions of interest, there was in the first call, the difference is certainly as well due to the fact that in the first call, not everybody was well aware of the eligibility criteria. So we had a larger number of dropouts from this 205. The quality of the received applications in the second call was significantly higher. So there's obviously a learning process and positive effects of the events that we organize. Then maybe a brief overview of where we stand right now with the projects selected for funding. In the first call, we in total selected 36 projects. In the second call, 27. Which is also a bit due to the budgeting. So we have a budgeting process in the background where we define how much funding approximately will be available for those calls. And this was lower in the second call than it was for the first call, hence as well the lower number. I think we could have as well financed more, but as there is a next call coming now, the third call, and for sure another call next year, there's also some funding kept in the fund for those calls. The average grant amount is relatively high. So we have this window between 150,000 euros and 600,000 euros for the investments. Already more than 400,000 in the first call, increased in the second call again to around 450,000 euros, which is solid projects. You could say they are usually a mix of investments in equipment and machinery, in order to support the training programs in the schools. But as well, quite a significant part goes to infrastructure improvements, that's renovations of workshops, sometimes new classrooms are being built. And we have a certain amount as well for training and advisory. There's a significant drop in this figure, which I think has been is due to clarifying the rules for that. So initially there were quite some activities planned on the training and advisory, which were in the end not eligible. So we had to take them out, and that's not the case in the second call. This obviously does not relate to training and services related to the new equipment that we are financing for the schools. That is provided under the purchases for those equipments. So in total, around 28 million euros, 27 million euros already placed. Yeah, so that's a good, I think that's a good number. But as we have seen, we have 63 million more in the fund right now. So there's a lot of space for future calls. Maybe a quick look at the at the breakdown by countries from the first call. So in the first call we had in the first call we had a large number of, or the largest number of projects from Serbia, which is maybe not so surprising given the larger size of the country and as well the development of the vet sector in Serbia. Evenly distributed then between the other countries, a little bit lower numbers and as well volume in Montenegro, which again that might be due to the size, or well explained by the size of the country, with very good and encouraging results in Albania, Kosovo, and North Macedonia. You see that there's a certain drop in the second call with regard to Serbia. So there we look into now. We have looked into it now and try to address this for the third call. But certainly in Serbia we see a lot more developed as well financial market or funding opportunities for VTIs. So we see how this is going to develop now in the third call. We have there's a minimum of 10% of the available funding that should go to any of the countries. So there we are now considering as well how to promote this additionally in Montenegro and to a certain extent in Bosnia, in order to not fall below the threshold too early. But that's part of the fund management what we're taking care of right now. Good, then we have maybe a look at the success rates that is interesting for us internally as well in steering the calls and the call activities. This shows now how many, or with the percentage that made it from the expression of interest stage to being selected, from those that were found eligible, which were not obviously all of the expressions of interest, and then those shortlisted eventually making it to the funding stage. And there are quite some significance between the countries, which gives us then as well a certain indication of where to focus more. Yeah, for example, a relatively low success rate for consortia shortlisted in Montenegro. That is something that we can take up and try to support those applicants that are shortlisted and are filling full applications at this stage, maybe a bit more, in order to make sure that the information is shared properly and that the concepts are well understood. Other countries fairly high, so in Kosovo is probably the highest, and this was the first call now. And the second call even higher, that in Kosovo, for example, more than 85% of the shortlisted also make it in the end to the funding stage, which is quite impressive. Yeah, and the difference between, for example, Bosnia and Montenegro and Kosovo and the other countries is something we look into and address with additional and now as well on-site activities for the third call. A quick look at the VTIs, the structure of VTIs that have been successful in filing application together with their partnering companies. 81% are public. I think that is not overly surprising. That's for the first two calls together now. Most of the schools that apply and as well are successful are secondary vet schools, and that is also reflected here in this part. 19% private VTIs, which come mostly from two countries. Yeah, that is, I think, one of the specificities of the markets, that Albania and Kosovo have a larger number of private providers of vocational training in any case, and they're also then quite successful in those two countries. Always interesting for us and maybe as well for the chambers of commerce, what kind of sectors are represented in the successful consortia. As it's seen here, so in both calls, mechanical engineering, and it is all around automotive and manufacturing in the metal sector, are the dominant activities that we support with the training courses. Now, not so surprising, because in many countries that is the core of the industrial activity, especially in Serbia, North Macedonia, Bosnia. That's quite noticeable there. Then in the first call, we had quite a large number of projects in the hospitality sector. That's again a bit regionally specific, so a lot in Montenegro, Albania, where we finance that, and as well ICT is regionally stronger than in other areas. That's again in Kosovo and in Albania. So it's quite a mix of economic activities that we are supporting now. But I think that's how it should be, and as there is no bias in the calls that we have right now, I think it's a good reflection of also what investors and companies find interesting in the region, and those then as well submit their application to the RCF. Then there's a little bit, what we call a bit beyond financing. So the RCF has an additional aspect of establishing certain dialogues and bringing up certain topics. That's also why this conference exists, among others. And we have identified additional thematic themes in the previous conference. That is mainly the green transition of TVET, digitalization, and then the regional aspect of TVET services. We have started to analyze the data that we are collecting, and that is quite a lot with the applications, and then in the future with the monitoring of the implemented programs. And a first analysis took place at the beginning of the year, and the topics that we are discussing today or later in the panels reflect to a certain extent as well the results of those analysis. So what we asked ourselves and as well the consortia is a bit, what are the challenges, what are the critical points they see in the provision of TVET, and those are summarized here. And we will take those topics up again and again in our internal meetings and the technical advisory committees, but as well as partner of this annual conference. And it was mentioned there in those, or we extracted this from the application, that technology level innovation, of course, plays a huge role for VTIs and as well companies. Career guidance and counseling is something that needs to be addressed in a systematic, proper way in order to bring together the labor market and the VET sectors. Something that is not always organized systematically. Then, of course, the greening of TVET, or the green agenda, that is increasingly gaining importance, and the identification of training needs. Again, this bridging the gap if it exists between companies and VTIs. So there we, as I said, we continue the discussion in some of the topics in the later panels, where we we'll hopefully see some of the critical issues identified, challenges maybe, but maybe as well opportunities named there. We will bring this probably to the next level in the form of a policy dialogue, which is coming up in the second half of the year. Ideally, making this knowledge or experience available as well to policymakers. But as I said, this will be part of the second part of the conference will pretty much deal with those topics as well. Good. Then, briefly, the third call is already open. Jelena mentioned that, or the previous speakers as well. So since the 22nd of May, expressions of interest can be submitted. We organize as well as in the previous two calls, info sessions and tutorials during June now. There will also be on-site activities, which will be organized with the local stakeholders and partners in order to get a bit closer to the VET community there, but possibly as well enable some matchmaking between schools and companies to a bit more visible now as the pandemic is over, a bit more visibility on site than in previous calls. And the deadline is on July the 7th. All information, as usually, is available on the website, and all the documents required can be downloaded there. And that's as well an overview of the info session and tutorials, so everybody interested will find the relevant dates for the respective countries there. Yeah, I think I'll stop here in view of the time. Thank you very much again for joining. Thank you much for your attention, and I hand back to Jelena.
Okay, Frieder, thank you so much. And for the attendees, if you were inspired by this presentation and eager to learn more about the schedule of online info sessions, you can later on follow the link we shared in the chat, and then you can also already register to some of our online info sessions and tutorials. I use the opportunity also ahead of the third call to thank all our dear partners, especially Chambers of Commerce, Ministries of Education, Vocational Education and Training, and qualifications agencies, donor-funded projects, and all others that agreed to support our team in promoting the third call and reach all those vocational training providers and enterprises that could benefit from the unique financing and capacity building opportunities provided by the RCF, both for businesses and for education. As you know, RCF is a regional project implemented in all 6 economies of the Western Balkans. And the region shares many common goals for a better environment for businesses and the vocational education and training system, strengthening cooperation, a common approach to common challenges, and regional integration were recognized as inevitable to achieve those goals. And our next session is with the keynote speeches. We will hear some interesting insights about the recent trends and challenges in the Western Balkans 6 region related to economic and human capital development. And the first trend we will focus on is digitalization. The recent pandemic accelerated the twin green and digital transition when the global landscape changed. And furthering the integration of the Western Balkan digital economy into the European Union digital single market played and still plays an important role in relaunching and modernizing the economies of the region. Western Balkan 6 economies are putting forward an action plan for a common regional market, the agenda made up of targeted actions in 4 key areas, and one of them being a regional digital area. Our next speaker, she will tell us more about digitalization of Western Balkan 6 small and medium enterprises and the framework of the Common Regional Market Action Plan. And it's Ms. Tatjana Stjerova-Duškovska. She's the Secretary General of the Western Balkan 6 Chamber Investment Forum. Tatjana has previous experience in the Economic Chamber of North Macedonia, formerly being the National Coordinator for the Western Balkan 6 Chamber Investment Forum from the Economic Chamber of North Macedonia. And she was also director of the Directorate of Branch Associations and Regional Chambers. She's also a member of the Oversight Board of the Regional Challenge Fund. Tatjana, we are very pleased to have you with us today. And please do tell us more about the initiative of the Common Regional Market, the agenda related to the digital area from the perspective of this Chamber Investment Forum. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jelena. And it is a pleasure to greet everybody participating or attending today's conference with a humble goal of sharing what has been done and what lies ahead in the Regional Challenge Fund, but also an opportunity to tackle all issues that relate to the core of the regional economic cooperation and the activities that we as Chamber Investment Forum are deeply involved in. Digitalization has been mentioned on several occasions throughout this morning. And we might clearly say that it is sort of a buzzword, maybe because it is being mentioned all the time, but the reason for that is that digitalization or aspects that are leading or being connected to involving different types of technologies and advancements in everyday living, in the way we operate on a daily basis. Even this conference today would not have been possible several years ago without the development of modern tools and appliances enabling us to attend being set in tens or thousands different locations. So digitalization is an inseparable part also of the way business is being done on global levels, but also in the Western Balkans. Jelena clearly and foundedly mentioned the challenges that were raised during the pandemic. It was not that recent ago, something more than 3 years have passed, but we have not forgotten that it was precisely digitalization that managed or gave the grounds for certain businesses to remain alive during a very unpeculiar or specific circumstances. So it holds a key to the future development of the region and bears a really big power in transforming all the economies from the Western Balkans region. That is precisely the reason why the digital agenda or all aspects related to improving the digitalization level of the Western Balkans economy have been the central pillar of the cooperation launched within the Berlin process, which has been formulated through two key documents. That was the multi-annual action plan for establishing regional economic area, which was implemented from 2017 to 2020, and the current document that sets the framework for enhancing the regional cooperation within the Western Balkans economies, the mentioned Common Regional Market Action Plan. What it sets as one of the main pillars is also the regional digital area, which covers all different aspects related to enhancing technological advancement of the region and easing its joining to the European digital area. And it involves a number of issues which bottom line should help businesses and citizens living and working here in the region achieving the level of advancement of the European markets. That should lead to modernizing public administration, also stabilizing or supporting cybersecurity on all infrastructure levels throughout the region, supporting connectivity throughout the region, and bottom line, better digitalization helps improving business climate. All this cannot be achieved without also having a qualified workforce or having workers with sufficient skills which would be able to respond to the needs of this new economy that is being implemented. So that in a nutshell is a brief overview of what the digital agenda has to bring or is being implemented for the Western Balkans economies. Now, how does the Western Balkans Sixth Chamber Investment Forum fit in this scenario? It is one of the implementers or supporting organization in the implementation of the action plan for the common regional market. And one of the lead activities that we have been working or initializing in the last couple of years is a little program, modestly little called program, the Regional Supplier Development Program, which relates to a wide set of activities aimed at one core objective, and that is increasing the capacities of the regional SMEs in order to help them being better linked or joining the regional and the global supply chains in order to improve their capabilities and their productivity. Any company that has been working or has managed to be part of some regional global supply chains knows very good the challenges that should be fulfilled or overcome in order to become supplier in such developed supply chains. And one of the key requirements that should be implemented or should be fulfilled is also the issue of having up-to-date technology and data analytics, which will provide assessment and predictability of the processes, which is one of the key requirements of having some company, some small producer somewhere in the Western Balkans being linked or joining some of the regional or European supply chains. So it is really important to provide the support to the companies in enhancing their capacities and providing them networking opportunities in order to ease their joining the supply chains. And that is part of the activities that the Western Balkan Sixth Chamber Investment Forum has been doing through this Regional Supplier Development Program, including the market access and the market info databases that have been developed and produced for the needs of local companies, and a series of networking events leading also to the need of increasing capacities when it comes to skills in order to grasp the maximum of the possibilities that can and may be offered to join these companies or make use of the possibilities to join the regional and global supply chains. Now, one important aspect in this issue, since today's topic is all about dual education and skills preparation of the region as a whole, the DESI, that is the global index or the European index showing and measuring the preparation of the region in meeting the digital standards, shows that when it comes to digital skills, the region in overall assessment is not standing that bad. However, challenges exist, and you will all concur with me that some of the, let's call them classical professions or works would be unimaginable today without them having at least basic preparedness to use some digital skills. Let's take, for example, a hotel receptionist, which wouldn't be able to do or to perform his basic duties without knowing how to handle online booking, or the builders which are increasingly using the building information modeling or the BIM, or an accountant which would be unable to use online invoicing. So digitalization and the tools and the available technologies are even changing the basis how some of the traditional professions are being undertaken or performed on the market. And this is, in fact, one of the added values that the Regional Challenge Fund has to offer, because through the available financing, any of the VTIs throughout the region have the possibility of applying and requesting and being granted support in including some of the leading technologies, some of the leading advancements and developments in the particular fields, whether it would be mechanical engineering or textile engineering or whichever other profession, in order to help the region or to support the efforts of the region in really reaping the benefits that the digital agenda within the common regional market has to offer. So if you allow me to conclude briefly with using the opportunity once again to call our participants to make use of the forthcoming events, to make the most of the offer that the third call has to bring to them, and to apply and bear in mind that any involvement or the propositions to involve advancing of the technological and digital preparedness within the curricula of each of the professions will be highly evaluated and positively assessed throughout the process. So I would wrap up with that, and I thank you all for your attention.
Thanks so much, Tatiana. This has been a very interesting speech, and I liked how you emphasized the benefits of digitalization for enterprises around the region. And I hope that some of the enterprises with us today will take some opportunity and join CIF networking and other supporting activities. And it was also great to mention the role of vocational education and training. And yeah, we will continue discussing the topic of digitalization and innovation with representatives from one company and 3 vocational training providers And they all share interesting examples of improving curricula and fostering technology transfer and innovation in different areas. You mentioned some of these areas, and I can also tease you a little bit saying that we will hear about virtual reality in medical schools or in classic technical schools and innovative ICT education. So stay with us, and this is definitely a topic that we will continue exploring not only today, but throughout the Regional Challenge Fund's activity in the future. Thanks, Tatiana, once again for your kind contribution. And yeah, but before we continue with the panel sessions that I've briefly already now announced, let us also explore possible responses to the emerging trends at the level of the Western Balkan region from the perspective of the Swiss Development Cooperation. We already heard from Derek that SDC runs vocational education and training projects all over the region, and there's a rich portfolio of current cooperation programs in the area of vocational education and training that provides distinct approaches aimed to contribute to sustainable economic growth in the region. But we will learn more about that from Jean-Christophe Favre, Regional Advisor for Economy and Employment in the Western Balkan. Jean-Christophe is currently based in Pristina and has worked in the past around the Western Balkan region and in different parts of the world, mainly on private sector development, business promotion, and skills development. Jean-Christophe, please tell us more about the changes in economic dynamics experienced in the Western Balkans from your perspective, and the impact on the labor market and development of vocational skills.
Thank you very much, Jelena. And good morning, everybody. I'm very pleased to be here with you today for this annual regional conference for the Regional Challenge Fund. My message to you today is that it is worth investing in vocational education and training. And this is true for the governments, this is true for the companies, and this is also true for the individuals. You will tell me that it's obvious. We have always been telling that to all of you. And I would say that today it's more true than it was yesterday. I have been working in the Western Balkans on short-term assignments in the years 2000 and more recently with Serbia and Albania. And what I have observed on the labor market is radical changes. For years, we have been speaking about access to market, about attracting investment, and above all, speaking about the labor market, about creating jobs. Nowadays, when you speak with the companies, the key constraint is the access to skilled labor. It's the skills gap. And it's mainly due to the changes we observe in the economic dynamic in the region, mainly also produced by the COVID crisis, by the war in Ukraine, by the tense relationship between China and the US, where we observe this nearshoring, which offer more opportunities for the companies. Of course, different countries in the region have different capacities to take advantage of that. It's not equal for all countries. The former issue, traditional challenges we have while speaking of economic development, like business environment, like access to finance, like different other things are still there, and we still have to work on this. But speaking with companies really is the access to labor skills the key constraint. That's why it is certainly worth to invest on it, because there is a return on investment. It's not a hypothetical one, it's a direct one. And interesting enough, I observe here in Kosovo that more and more companies are investing in human resource management. They are hiring human resource specialists, and it's a sign that they have to invest on this. One issue while speaking about the labor market is, of course, migration. We know that on the Western Europe labor market, there are always also gaps with skills. So it is something that we have to consider too. what I consider as interesting too is that this situation of the labor market is pushing some of our development agenda, like the decent jobs agenda, the access for women to labor markets, the access for minorities. It's really a necessity for the company to offer better working conditions, better wages, better integration to everybody to satisfy the demand. So what does it mean for donors? What does it mean for an agency like SDC? While pushing factors were very important in the last year, now we have to take advantage of these pull factors. And it means that the whole, we are often speaking about facilitation, about supporting the national system, the use of country system, etc., are more through than ever. And we have to support this initiative to happen. Derek mentioned it in the introduction. SDC has been worked for the last 20 years in the region on vocational education and training, working at different levels. But if I look at the generation of projects we have been supporting in the last 10 years, there's a generation which were mainly about short-term in-company training, supporting the company to get the people they were needed, but also offering access to the youth in search of a job to have a first entry in the companies. For this,
it seems like we have a minor technical issue with connection. Jean-Christophe,
but it has been the main.
Okay, you're back.
And we observe we are in the plan. Somebody's back. That's focusing a bit more on the form. And we have heard it also during the different presentation. Dual vet for and for Swiss people is an important.
This is technical support speaking. I assume we cannot hear Mr. Jean-Christophe, right, Yelena? Could you confirm that, please? Okay, yes. Thank you. Let us contact him and see if he can get back to us. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Alexandra. I will just use this time that we have during your kind intervention to share with our attendees that you can surely learn more about different programs and VET-related projects run by the SDC in the region by visiting the SDC booth within our virtual exhibit hall. Maybe you noticed that in our announcement of the conference that when you navigate back to the lobby, there is a chance that you select exhibition hall, and there you can find virtual booths from different partners that directly support implementation of the program, such as chambers of commerce from around the region, membering chambers of the Chamber Investment Forum, KfW, SDC, and Regional Challenge Fund, both as a fund management unit and presenting different economies and winners from previous two calls. Okay.
I'm back.
Any words? Oh, you're back. Thank you. Would you like to continue?
I'm sorry. I will try to continue if possible. Sorry for this technical issue. I don't know what happened. And most that made me better.
Worries.
Okay, I was speaking about dual vet and the difficulties or the different way of the countries can address them, because there are issues which are related to the maturity of the system of the VET, there are legal issues, there are political will issues, etc. And so we have to address dual VET in different ways in different countries. And I say that we have to interpret a bit freely the dual VET once. In some cases, we can do it in a parallel way as we are doing it in our countries, but in some countries, when we think at basic traditional work like hairdresser, I think we can go for more traditional VET system. When we are in the tech, or even in some traditional things like wood where they are introducing laser cut or soon high technology level, it's more difficult to go for traditional dual VET, and maybe we have to look how the public sector can offer the basic skills which are needed, and the company the higher, more specialized skills. And we have to be a bit the dual VET as a good system, as a bit look for the best way of doing it. And it's show how important are both private and public for the VET system. And when we speak about VET system, we have really to consider the both aspects, the both one. And that's why the regional challenge fund is certainly very interesting, because it is addressing issues related to equipment, infrastructure. We are not doing it usually in SC program, so it's very complementary to what we do, but it is also pushing the public and the private actors to work together. And for us, there is a strong value for doing it in the sense of pushing for this dual VET in the future, having this path toward such a system. So my message, as I said it at the beginning, it's really worth investing in VET right now. It's the case for the government to support a strong economic development, but also to support access to employment for the youth, but also for the less youth, for the not so young people. It's important for the company, because investing in the vocational education training is a way to get access to the skilled labor they need. And it's worth for individuals too, because if you invest today for VET, it's not maybe like the past where you were trained but no access to jobs. Now, if you do it, you have really good chances to get access to jobs. So I would like to thank and to congratulate all the participants here for the effort and what they are doing in promoting VET in their countries. I have seen that some participants who are here today have been involved in one way or the other with our project in the past, and I'm pleased to see that there is a continuity with that. There is some engagement. Thanks also to the Regional Challenge Fund to
Okay, thanks also to you, Jean-Christophe, and thank you for fighting this technical problems and still staying with us until the end of your speech. It was very interesting to learn more about your perspective, and the message that resonates very strongly is this need to push further cooperation and to strengthen cooperation between business side and education side. And this is exactly what we also try to do through the Regional Challenge Fund, and very happy to have you on board as well, and your colleagues from SDC offices around the region. I already mentioned the exhibit hall, and in a minute we will start our first break. And if the speakers you heard so far inspired you to learn more about their organizations, yeah, there are these virtual booths that you can scroll around. After a short break, we return to our auditorium. So you return in the same way when you joined for the first time. And then my colleagues from the fund management unit, Sven, Renato, and Biljana, will join us for the panel sessions. And together with them, we will have the pleasure of hearing from representatives of the KfW Competence Center, European Training Foundation, a Siemens company, and many excellent vocational training providers from all 6 economies. They will share their good practice example in supporting students in career development, in greening their vocational training programs and institutions, as well as fostering digitization or digitalization in TVET. So thank you all for staying with us so far. I see that number of participants has just been increasing over the last session, and I hope it stays the same. And see you back in 15 minutes time. Thank you.
So, genau.
Hallo,
Okay.
hallo, ja, jetzt hat's gehen, hä? Okay.
Also, Test Mic.
Test, Soundcheck, 1, 2, 3, go.
Yes, we can hear you, we can see you.
Okay. Hörst du jetzt?
Nein.
Nicht?
Aber
So, und ich wiederhole.
also das,
Jabra engaged.
ja.
Hi.
Ist es Realtek
Oh.
oder Jabra?
Hi,
Was hast du für Jabra?
jetzt bin ich jetzt da im Ding inne. Jetzt hören Sie mich an dieser Konferenz wahrscheinlich.
Okay, warte, schauen wir mal, dass du.
Hallo. Ah, 1, 2, 3, Test.
Yes, Mr. Corley, we can hear you. And we can
yes,
see
Mr.
you.
Corley. Okay, they can hear me.
Yes, we
So,
can hear you and we
you.
can see you. Thank you for
You,
joining
so
us.
So welcome back from the coffee break. Jelena, can you give thumbs up if you hear me?
Yes, Sven, I can hear you.
Thank
and
you.
see you very well.
So if fine, I will directly lead into the first session one. My name is Sven Dominkovic. Greetings from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm a regional coordinator for the Regional Challenge Fund, covering Bosnia and Herzegovina and Montenegro. And welcome to all participants to the first session taking place for the next 40 minutes on the topic of attracting students to cooperative VET and providing support for employment and career development. As we have heard in the introduction speeches, the increased employability is one of RCF's objectives, and the transition to employment is often seen as the key benefit for dual education. And schools sometimes struggle to attract students on one side, but also to keep them motivated. And evidence shows that career guidance is particularly relevant both before entering and during the program. And as most of us also know, career guidance is very, very important to a regional challenge fund. Also with that, it is part of the ambition criteria. So applicants who can provide a career guidance concept score better. This makes sense. And let's talk today a little bit more about what the status quo of career development support is in the Western Balkan economies, what good examples we have in the regions, what schools can learn from each other. Let's have a look what schools can do to show young students how the world of work looks like, where they can find a place according to their potential, their wishes, but also according to the current and future labor market needs. With me today is Mr. Florian Kadlec from ETF, Human Capital Development Experts, and we have Sanja, I see already online, Sanja Milojevic from the Secondary Vocational School Kragujevac from Serbia. And we have Mr. Professor Aranit Shkurti, professor at the Metropolitan University in Tirana in Albania. But first of all, let's maybe agree to let each of the participants speak for around 5 to 10 minutes. We prepared a couple of questions. We prepared the PowerPoint slides. After Florian and then Sanja and Aranit have their slot, we can use the rest of the time for 1 or 2, 3 questions from the audience. If you put them on the chat, I will try to catch them. If not, I'm sure colleague Jelena will remind me. But let's first start with Florian, and I need the technical support to put the presentation online. Florian, please tell us a little bit more about the insights of your study. ETF conducted last year, how to keep young students motivated, how to avoid dropouts, how to ensure they get employed after they graduate, and what can schools in general do with regard to career guidance independently from legal frameworks, if there is any possibility to do anything if legal frameworks are absent. Florian, please, the floor is yours for the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sven and Jelena, and thanks to all the organizers. I'm very pleased to be with you. It was a big effort to write the 10 reviews, and our colleague Jelena here was involved in writing one of the reviews. So there are a lot of key insights to share, and one is very important. Really, a lot has been achieved by all economies in the whole region, but there are also a couple of key messages that remain. And you can see the slide starts with some challenges, but I will rather focus now on the practical issues, giving our audience here. So let's zoom a bit on the attracting of new VET students. And the first point here really goes beyond career guidance, because within the European Union, it is also discussed and acknowledged that the attractiveness of VET is mainly achieved through improved quality and permeability of VET. So this relates on the one hand side to equipment of VET schools. Do they have PC rooms? Is there virtual reality maybe, or augmented reality even ready for learning? Are there cooperations with attractive companies for learning? What about internship and apprenticeships organized through learning institutions, job shadowing, etc.? So is that element attractive, but it also relates to pedagogy. Is this a modern learning approach, or is it very classical, teacher-centered? And of course, it also relates to access to further learning and education pathways after that. So this all influences attractiveness. And another point that is really important is related to gender. So it's important to offer to both boys and girls at a very early stage before they become VET students, the whole range of information about the whole range of work life, so that they're also aware of untypical professions. And there it's more important even to make them experience untypical work. Physically being at a workplace means you get to know something, because if you don't know something, you cannot develop an interest in it. So, and then related to career guidance, the point is vet schools need to refrain from marketing. So career guidance is not about telling people how great your school is. It's really about sharing evidence on what happens with those who finish the vet school. In which sectors do they end up? What salaries do they get? What type of occupations do they take? What kind of further learning do they engage in? And that kind of evidence needs to be shared with parents, with potential future vet learners, but also with schools. Why? Because we know that teachers are approached frequently to ask them about, what can I do later? What do I do after school? So this is really important. Maybe we move to the next slide, please. Thanks a lot. So other issues that are more related to insights on career guidance for vet students that are already in vet. So how do we keep them motivated? How do we avoid dropouts? How do we increase their career management skills? And how do we ensure that they also get employed or engage into self-employment after graduating? And again, a lot has been done in the whole region, but I would like to highlight a couple of key messages that are important. So the first one is that the simple offering of work-based learning does not replace career guidance. Work-based learning is one element that supports career guidance. But the part that is missing is the structured and supported career conversation and reflection on the experience in a workplace. And let me briefly tell you why. Because career education and guidance next to work-based learning helps every student, independent on whether he or she is maybe a bad student or might drop out. All students will need to be prepared for lifelong transitions. There is no more job for a lifetime. So all need to develop career management skills. All will need to learn to manage lifelong learning. Also, you have a lot of VET programs that are actually not preparing for a clear occupation. So those students in particular need guidance. Some might lose the motivation while they're in a VET program, they need support. Or we place former needs, young people not in education, training or employment into VETs, they need support. Or adults that are requiring to up or reskill are placed into VETs, they need special support. So these all are arguments that show that career guidance next to work-based learning is required. And on how to do it, I would say the good practice is to offer services for all VET learners. So having a structured learning program in place that can be curricular, it can be extracurricular, but it should be structured. Then you have services for some. So ideally, there would be a career guidance center in each VET school that offers particular group or individual guidance and counseling. And then you have services for those who are most in need, that need a variety of support from social, psychological to financial services. And they are then referred to these further services. And that argues already for a whole school approach to guidance, because that really supports that smooth move into VET, support to the successful VET learning and to a successful moving out of VET. And there it's important when we talk about career guidance that this is not simple information, but it's about also making young people or adults have practical experience through job shadowing, through mock interviews where a real HR professional provides an interview with a student, and then they talk and reflect about that experience and what one needs in order to be successful in achieving the aspirations a person has. Or career talks using parents in particular that are all workers, or company visits. And the last point here is about cooperations with employer organizations, with trade unions, with parents again, with alumni, former students, because those cooperations help to ensure that this career learning that should take place is of high quality. And we can see a lot of inspiring examples from all the economies in the region. Let me just highlight three because they have really structured approaches. So looking at Serbia, Albania, Kosovo, you can for sure find next to a legal basis for guidance, very good structured approaches. So take a look in the presentation at the end, you have links to the reviews that we conducted. Maybe let's move quickly to the last slide, please. This is about what schools can actually do. And I want to be very clear. We want to argue always that governments or regional authorities need support schools in terms of funding, equipment, standardized training, facilitating cooperations at national level with employee organizations. But in fact, schools can really achieve a lot themselves, even if there is no legal background, even if there is an absence of policies. So let me highlight just a couple of examples. Let's say you're working in a rural school with limited access to companies. There may be farmers mainly around, and you have maybe limited funding. What could be done, and what we see in a couple of countries, is that you have cooperations with other schools, and then you access certain services together. So you reduce the limitation of the funding, or you cooperate with a school in a city that has access to others, or you use digital tools to have company visits online, which is also more common. And then, of course, this is more expensive, but we know from a couple of countries like Canada, which are, of course, more advanced, but it's an NGO offering this to schools. They have virtual and augmented reality offered. So every school has this tool for a couple of weeks in a year. And then the schools can really have a very intensive visit experience to companies. But also parents are workers, as mentioned before, in most cases. So they can be used as a source for career learning. Invite them for career talks. Invite them to invite learners to their job, to have some job shadowing possibilities. Involve alumni. Let them talk to the students about their experience of the transitioning to the employment sector. In the best case, organize some simple tracer studies, asking alumni about where they ended up, about their salaries, about the working conditions in the sector they're in. Also invite local representatives of public employment services to talk about the local labor market or the regional or even national labor market and trends, to give the learners an idea, but also the teachers an idea of the reality outside of school. And then something that is really important, especially when it comes to gender-related issues, involve role models. The Western Balkans 6th Chamber Investment Forum has a very nice initiative about women in STEM. They have role models. They can be invited to your schools. They can talk about what they do as engineer, for example, how that profession looks like, how they manage to get there. And last but not least, all subject teachers can address career-related issues in their subjects. Simple example, why is mathematics important and for what type of careers? When the teachers know the aspirations of the student in the classroom, they can then help make them understand and connect the more academic learning to a real life situation after school, and that motivates and engages students more. And then, of course, teachers can participate in short-term trainings offered by others. And I want to just highlight here Euro Guidance as a very interesting network. We have offices in Serbia, in North Macedonia, and Montenegro, and they are organizing also online seminars, webinars, trainings. They also offer other peer learning activities within the network of Euro Guidance, but many of those are accessible also for non-members. So check it out. The link is in the in the presentation at the end. Take a look, and having that basic understanding of methods, how to support learners in their career development, and having taken a look at some inspiring practices from all around the region and the EU, will make it very easy for you to start at the school level without big national strategies or initiatives. And of course, never forget, practitioners can't build communities of practices themselves, exchange ideas and practices. This is always something that has proven very, very successful if practitioners come together and exchange and learn from each other. So in that respect, I would like to thank you all. And I'm very curious to listen to the other speakers now. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, Florian, for your inputs. I would just rephrase 2-3 things that caught my attention, especially you said attractiveness comes with increased quality of programs. Fully agree, but also with the given permeability. If you have dead ends or not, makes a huge difference. Second is you mentioned services for all and cooperation, especially for rural schools. This is also insights or inputs we often hear from rural schools. What can they do if they don't have the relevant industry around them? And the most thing I liked, what you have also once mentioned, is the school can actually do a lot on career guidance, even though when legal frameworks are just not given. So nevertheless, if frameworks are here or there or absent, schools can do a lot. And what schools can actually do, we will hear from Sanja Milojevic. I would kindly ask you to upload to share your presentation. Ms. Sanja Milojevic is a teacher, professor, school in Kragujevac, Serbia, and she will tell us a little bit more how they attract students to do LVET, how they motivate them, how they motivate even vulnerable groups, how do they additionally offer programs besides formal, also non-formal programs, and how they assure that young people get employment after they graduate. Sanja, please feel free, the floor is yours. Thanks a lot.
Hvala, dobar dan svima. Ja sam pedagog i koordinator tima za karijerno vođenje i savjetovanje. Želela bih prvo da pozdravim sve učesnike i da podelim jedno iskustvo. I dok sam slušala druge prezentacije, ja bih rekla da naš tim za karijerno vođenje i savjetovanje malo prevazilazi pravne regulative koje su definisane da timovi treba da rade. Mi radimo neke aktivnosti malo više, pa ću vas upoznati sa našim aktivnostima. Kada pričamo o podršci učenicima za upisivanje obrazovnih profila po dualnom obrazovanju i opšte upisivanje u srednjoj školi, znači aktivnosti koje mi sprovodimo su prezentacije u osnovnim školama, ne samo na nivou našeg lokala, našeg grada, nego na nivou i drugih gradova. Zatim poseta časovima dualnog obrazovanja na osnovu interesovanja učenika osnovnih škola u saradnji sa njihovim timovima za profesionalni razvoj, upoznavanje sa obrazovnim profilima kroz praktičnu primenu. Znači, mi omogućavamo učenicima prilikom posete naših škola da se upoznaju sa opremom i sa uslovima i tehnikom koje škola raspolaže u okviru određenih obrazovnih profila i omogućimo učenicima da urade određenu vežbu s pomoć nastavnika, prosto kako bi oni to se upoznali na pravi način sa obrazovnim profilom, a ne da negdje kad na osnovu flyera i ostalih stvari upoznajemo i samo kažemo da, ne znam, učenik će raditi na CNC mašini, da on prosto vizualno i vidi mašinu i kako izgleda kada njegovi učenici i drugari koji su stariji rade na toj CNC mašini. Zatim organizujemo sajam dualnog obrazovanja i posetioci su učenici osnovnih škola i imamo promotivne filmove za određene obrazovne profile po dualnom obrazovanju u kojima smo uključili znači, naše učenike i učenike koji su završili srednju školu i koji rade u određenim kompanijama, a samim tim su možda i vlasnici određenih kompanija. Kada pričamo o podršci učenicima za i dalje upisivanje obrazovnih profila po dualnom obrazovanju, imamo angažovanje romskih mentora koji su predstavnici naše škole koji su prošli obuke i oni daju podršku tako što odlazimo u nevladine organizacije, odlazimo u lokalne kancelarije i obavljamo razgovore sa romskim roditeljima i sa romskim učenicima i prezentujemo im određene obrazovne profile i odgovaramo na pitanja koje oni žele dodatno da saznaju o obrazovnim profilima i školi.
Sanja, jel smijem samo najaviti?
Na nivou škole obavljamo individualne grupne savjetodavne razgovore u pedagoško-psihološkoj službi. Zatim imamo instrumente za prevenciju osipanja koje znači radimo na početku godine prilikom upisa. Na osnovu tih instrumenta koje koristimo izrađujemo planove podrške za učenje i izrađujemo planove aktivacije za decu koje nam dolaze iz hraniteljskih porodica u saradnji sa pedagogom, nastavnicima škole, centrom za socijalni rad i samim hraniteljima. Pored formalnih obuka imamo i neformalne obuke koje smo izradili na nivou škole, zavisno koje se odnose na razvijanje mekih veština i za koje izdajemo učenicima dodatne sertifikate prilikom završetka škole. Primenjujemo različite metode i tehnike učenja i želimo da budemo moderna škola i smatramo da na taj način možemo da privučemo i učenike da upisuju našu školu, a i primetili smo da samim tim kad smo promenili način rada, da smo dosta napredovali i kao sami nastavnici da dobro pružamo uslugu obrazovanja. Zatim, menjamo model rada škole prema zdravstvenim potrebama učenika, konkretno sa učenicima koji imaju probleme u mentalnom zdravlju, znači posle korone i koji imaju probleme koje dobijamo od službe, dobijamo od zdravstvenih ustanova i ono što radimo na nivou škole jeste projektna nastava koja se pokazala kao dobar model u kojoj učenici učestvuju i na taj način unapređuju svoje kompetencije. Imamo takođe proceduru za realizaciju učenja kroz rad. Da bi učenici izabrali kompaniju i da bi kompanija izabrala učenika, postoji određeni model, znači imamo prvo prezentacije kompanija učenicima i roditeljima.
Ovo je tehnička podrška. Gospođa Sanja, samo da podijelimo sa vama da vaša prezentacija je statična, odnosno ukoliko želite da podijelite vašu prezentaciju, zamolili bismo vas da kliknete na slideshow kako bi vaša prezentacija krenula. Hvala vam.
Da li sad vidi prezentacija, se izvinjam?
Tehnička podrška, ovdje vidimo vašu prezentaciju. Sanja, možete da nastavite. Hvala.
Samo se vratim. Izvinjam se. Što se tiče procedure za realizaciju učenja kroz rad, znači imamo prvo prezentaciju kompanija, učenicima i roditeljima dualnog obrazovanja, zatim nakon prezentacije učenici popunjavaju liste želja, zatim pripremamo učenike za intervju, znači to radi tim za karijerno vođenje i savjetovanje, Zatim imamo realizaciju intervjua između predstavnika kompanije i učenika. Nakon tog intervjua imamo popunjavanje liste želja od strane kompanije i onda tim za kviz ima listu želja kompanije i učenika i onda mi raspoređujemo učenike u kompanijama za realizaciju učenja kroz rad. Što se tiče podrške učenicima za zaposlenje, znači mi organizujemo interni sajam zapošljavanja u školi. Ovdje sam stavila link pa možete da posjetite za dodatne informacije. Pored internog sajma, učestvujemo u sajmu zapošljavanja na nivou lokalne zajednice, zatim učestvujemo u sajmu obrazovanja kada su često prisutni i predstavnici kompanija. Imamo stipendije učenika od strane kompanija, zatim pohađanje programa mekih veština i izdavanje sertifikata na nivou škole, pohađanje programa u okviru Job Info centra sa kojima sarađujemo od kad je Job Info centar zadnjih 2 godine, a pre toga smo sarađivali sa RBC-om i BIP-om u kojima inače sad rade njihovi predstavnici. Zatim realizacija praktične nastave u kompanijama i učenje kroz rad, volontiranje i redovno i vanredno školovanje. Kada kažem vanredno školovanje, u Srbiji učenici sa 17 godina pored redovnog znači mogu da upišu i vanredno školovanje i shvatili smo s obzirom da su velike tranzicije i da ne postoji jedan posao za cijel život, da učenicima tokom boravka u našoj školi, znači ko je zainteresovan, može od 17. godine uporedno da završi još jedan obrazovni profil i nakon završetka srednje škole učenik izlazi sa 2 diplome iz škole. Tako da učenici su za to zainteresovani i upisuju pored redovnog i vanredno školovanje za druge obrazovne profile. I što se tiče praćenja zaposlenja učenika, znači u okviru škole imamo Centar za obrazovanje odraslih, koji je jedan od aktivnosti zadataka i da prati učenike koji su završili srednju školu, da li su zaposleni, znači i oni su u kontaktu sa tim učenicima, jer kad imamo neformalne obuke koje za potrebe kompanija, mi onda učenike pozivamo na te obuke radi zaposlenja. Pored toga mi imamo izrađenu bazu CV-a naših učenika, tako da imamo kontakte i u svakom trenutku možemo da kontaktiramo učenike ako nas kompanije pozovu i je neophodno su im određeni učenici određenog obrazovnog profila. Zatim, zadatak odeljenskog starešine nakon završetka školovanja da budu u kontaktu sa učenicima. Imamo tim za dualno obrazovanje koji isto ima znači zadatak da kontaktira učenike nakon završetka školovanja. To je isto aktivnost, tu aktivnost prati tim za karijerno vođenje i savjetovanje i korišćenje različitih digitalnih platforme za komunikaciju kao što su Viber, Facebook i WhatsApp. Dok sam slušala prezentacije, setila sam se da na prezentaciji nisam stavila da je veoma značajno da sam ja inače koordinator i tima za projekte i da mi imamo Erasmus projekte i da najčešće učenici u okviru Erasmus projekta obavljaju stručnu praksu u Turskoj, Sloveniji, Litvaniji, Letoniji trenutno i da jednostavno da sam primetila da učenici su veoma zainteresovani da dobiju Europass dokument koji isto im je značajan prilikom zapošljavanja i mogu da obogate svoj CV. Hvala.
Hvala vama, Sanja. Thanks a lot. Yes, thank you very much. For your contribution, and thank you very much for all of those activities that you implement with regards to the dual education. Very impressive. When we have discussed the presentation beforehand, both of us, I actually asked Sanja one question: what is she most proud of, or what is the key message we would like to hand over to the audience? And she gave me a big smile. I have to share this. So she smiled at me and said, working with vulnerable groups brings her really the most joy in her work. Congratulations. It was an absolute pleasure to listen to you and learn from you. We move next to Mr. Aranit Shkurti, professor at the Metropolitan University in Tirana.
Yeah, I'm trying to The video, but it's not, so I need maybe access for.
If you can you share your PowerPoint?
But I'm trying also to open my video, but maybe I need access from your part.
Then we need the technical service for support, please.
Technical support here. We're going to share the, okay, we can see that Mr. Aranit has made the effort, and yeah, good share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The floor is yours. Tell us a little bit more about your university. What are you doing with regard to career guidance and career development? Thanks a lot.
Hello, everybody. My name is Aranit Shkuti. I'm from Metropolitan University of Tirana, and I am a professor of statistics at the Department of Business and IT. So today we'll try to show what are our from our university. So until now, maybe we heard some discussions about undergrad career guidance. Here now we'll try to talk about what are the possible applications during university and after university. So our main points today, we'll try to talk about, so our focal point is the alumni and career guidance and the dual study program. So these are our, there are a lot of activities that we are trying to do in our university, but these are the main points we'll try to talk today. So the university, it is founded in 2010, is a private university, and you can find further information in our website. I don't want to make a lot of advertisement about that. Now, we have 3 faculties and with a doctoral school in artificial intelligence. We have the Innovation Center and the Metropolitan Incubator that is helping the startups. Now, what are we doing about the career guidance? Our so an important office affiliated to our university is the alumni office and the alumni network. We have a database that we try to reach out all our graduates and try to keep track of them and try to have like a continuous collaboration, contact with them. And we try to update the information and we to follow up them. On the website, we have also some, if you click to the university's umt.edu.al, you'll find there is also a web page about the testimonials. And so students that are had successfully were successful in their careers and around the world. Now, besides that, we also distribute like a survey. We distribute a survey, annual survey to the students, to the alumni, and we try to understand what is their career process. So if they are employed, unemployed, and all of these are important information that we try to incorporate in our policies and in our assistance. So besides, after that, we have the yearly meeting. We provide like 3 awards. That is the Distinguished Alumni Award, the Career Award, and the Alumni Contribution Award. The main benefit of these meetings is not only for catching up and being aware of what is happening, but the main importance of this meeting is bringing together current students with alumni. The communication between them is as simple and as efficient because, you know, there may be some of them know each other already, they were in the same university, and some of them, they may be, so it's easier for them to create this network and to go through to some maybe, you know, the recruiters are more formal. Meanwhile, these are like inner whistleblowers within the company, and they can help them, orient them, guide them, the students on how to how to apply and how to be successful in their career. Another activity that we do every year is the annual work and career fair. The last one was in you can see. Oh, it's okay. So okay, it was 17 May 2023, the last one, and generally it is very fruitful. We brought together the last fair, like 30 recruiters and companies. We were very happy because we had also students from other universities participating and exchanging information, helping them. So maybe sometimes also helping students also how to present their CV, what are the basic needs, what are the main concerns of the companies, what they need from the students, and what the students can offer. So these are like communication bridges between. Sometimes the academia is a separate parallel world, and you know, the business, the real world is quite little different. So this is like the main activities that we are trying to. We have continuous activities, but these are the main activities that we are trying to perform.
This technical support speaking, Mr. Ramid, could you please direct us to which slide we should show? Thank you. Just tell us the title of the slide. Thank you.
So the slide, this is slide number 7. Slide number 7. You can see that, slide number 7. And so I was saying that this year, what was important on the career fair is the introduction. So we have applied, and by October, we'll start our dual training or dual study program. We have already signed 2 memorandums of understanding with 2 big financial institutions, one bank and another financial institution. And we have like a pilot program that will start by October, that will have like a dedicated time in the university, like 16 to 20 hours in the university, and the other 20 hours during weekly hours in the company. This is a very ambitious program, the first time in Albania. And we are like the pioneers in this aspect. We hope it will be successful, and after maybe more students will enroll in the program, and maybe also what we're interested, more institutions will enroll because maybe in Western Europe, this the dual studies in a lot of countries is very efficient and very, there are a lot of programs ongoing. Meanwhile, here in Albania, maybe this is the first one, and we hope it will be successful. I don't want to spend a lot of time on the dual training, but the idea is that we integrate work experience with university training. The student is studying in the university, but is employed by the company. They have a separate contract with the company. What is happening, to be synthetic, the university is like a supervisor. We try to keep the student under continuous guidance and also control, you know, because the companies, the main issue of them is the trust, the issue of trust. So once you are supervising the student, there is an important reference for the company, and the company is like you are like in between. You are like the broker, the intermediate, and the company has like an important point of reference and trust. So this is like it's an important step. We are trying to implement this, as I was saying, from October, and hopefully it will be successful. That's all. I don't want to keep more time. I know that time is. Any question?
Thanks a lot, Adanit, for your contribution. Thanks a lot. By the way, for the audience, I have caught the info that we will share the PowerPoint presentation, of course, if speakers allow it, as we had some technical difficulties. However, thanks a lot. It was very interesting to learn more how a university can have the role as an intermediary, as a supervisor, as a broker, actually, that we have heard, and work on receiving the trust from the private sector. If we wrap up this session, 2-3 inputs, I would underline what has been also recommended to Region Challenge Fund. Firstly, career guidance needs to stay continuously relevant, and policy and legal documents need to recognize career guidance as an important topic. For VTIs, we have heard many times that cooperation is very, very important. It is in the core of the Regional Challenge Fund to increase the cooperation between education sector and employment, and this serves also for successful career guidance tools. And for RCF as a whole project, we like actually the most. We have the potential to exchange among ourselves. Sharing is caring. If we share those successful stories among ourselves, we are very sure and aware that other schools and universities, as we had the chance to listen to, will profit for it. So much from our side. I have been watching the chat and the Q&As. There are so far no questions. So if Jelena agrees, I would, I guess, hand over to Renato to the next session. Thanks a lot.
Thanks to all of you from my side as well. And
thank you.
And here is Renato.
Yeah, okay. Just to check the settings and the technical setup, which seems to be okay.
Yes.
Dear speakers, colleagues, and participants, I'd like to welcome you to the Innovation and Digitalization panel discussions. My name is Renato Vasilia. I'm part of the RCF Fund Management Unit as a regional coordinator for Albania and Kosovo, and I'll be moderating this session. I'd like to welcome as well our panelists, Mr. Daniel Schroeder, Ms. Maja Spajic, Ms. Nezana Saramandova, and Mr. Triton Apciu, which I'm going to introduce in more details during the session. We'll spend the next 40 minutes, hopefully, talking on the foundations and challenges of innovation and digitalization in Western Balkans, and exploring how introducing new technologies can enable further innovation and technology transfer, and promote as well digitalization in that and across the region. Digitalization in the Western Balkans has been gaining momentum in recent years, bringing about transformative changes in various sectors. So governments, businesses, and individuals across the region have embraced digital technologies to enhance efficiency, innovation, and connectivity. One key area of focus has been the development of digital infrastructure. Efforts have been made to expand broadband connectivity and enhance network coverage, enabling thus better access to digital services and fostering economic growth. The digital economy as well has been thriving in the region. Startups and tech companies have emerged, contributing to job creation, innovation, and economic development. The entrepreneurial ecosystem have been cultivated with incubators, accelerators, and funding opportunities. And this has helped diversify a bit the economies in Western Balkans and position them as attractive destinations for investment in the technology sector. So it seems that, over the past decade, the Western Balkans have emerged as a strong contender in 3 main segments: software development, back office development and call centers. And due to its cost competitiveness, proximity to the EU market, strong language skills of its workers position the region strongly in the competition to attract foreign investors and BBTO providers. So while progress has been made, challenges remain, and to discuss on the progress, challenges, and the future of innovation and digitalization in the region, we are with us today, Mr. Daniel Schröder, Chief Mobile Officer at Hakon, a Siemens company. Daniel, thanks for being with us today. Given your extensive work in the region about digitalization, innovation, and close cooperation, I would say, with key players, both in private sector and that system, what are the preconditions for a successful digital transformation, and thus are those preconditions existing in the region, and do we have what it takes for let's say, full and successful digital transformation and sustainable innovation so that we become key players in a highly competitive international environment? So the floor is for you.
Thank you, Renato. And hello to everyone. I'm actually pretty happy to be here. And yeah, you asked me about digitalization and how to be competitive, I think, in that area, and where does the region currently stand. For me, it's first of all very encouraging to be in such a call, because I know this happened at that time. Actually, there was a problem about there's a huge gap. Focus of the region, Serbia to Albania. Actually, you see a lot of amazing companies have emerged. On the other hand side, you see also that despite the fact of the big topic where you have a huge demand of talents in the digitalization area, I think there is huge competition. And I think one of the big pitfalls where we have to look at currently, that we, as I sometimes call it, not becoming the façonnerie of the digital economy, of the development, let's say, in our software development specifically, if I focus on the digital part, where I'm actually most familiar. That's the biggest topic I think we have to look at. And if I look at one of the topics why I like this program a lot, is that when I look at how education today happens, it happens a lot still in silos. So it's not building on each other. I really like, I think, the encouraging examples and also the topics of dual education, both in Germany, and I lived many years myself in Switzerland. Especially there for Siemens, dual education is really the integral part of education. Now, dual education, why is it so important for me, and what is still missing, I think, in the Albanian part, or actually if you go to the neighboring countries also, is, I think, the ability in this whole area to solve independently problems when you come out of an educational program, and actually be able to apply not theoretical knowledge, but be able to apply it. And if I look at talents in other regions in the world, this is for me the biggest actually gap still in developing forward, bringing that together and being capable of reaching that knowledge. So one, working together as institutions, aligning actually also some of the educational programs, so they're building on each other. When you go from technical schools to universities to companies in between, that actually a better idea. But then really fostering that ability to be independent, let's say, decision making and solving things on your own. I think these are the three areas what I see mostly in the way to really make it beyond the 15%. I think that was stated that, let's say, the ICT sector might be of the economy in the West Balkans, I think, in the next couple of years, by 2026 or 2027, to make that exponentially grow. Renato, does that answer your question to some extent?
Yes, yes, Daniel. I think that we have a slight technical problem, and actually, I lost some of the words that you said. Maybe our technical support colleagues can check that. But we've discussed on this before, and one of the reasons of having you here as a panelist was, let's say, inspirational discussion that we had before the annual conference with regards to what we need to do and what is the state of play actually in the region and in the countries that you've been working during this period. And I fully agree with you. We have a couple of challenges that we have to address, most important. And I'd like to highlight what you said, the strong cooperation between VET and private sector. Maybe it is there, it is a bit fragmented, and it is driven by the, let's say, the interest of the moments of certain investors and schools, VET providers in meeting that demand, and it's not a unified approach, which brings actually to the second challenge, aligning the educational programs by, let's say, changing experiences between private sector and the VTIs in making those programs compatible and adequate for the needs of the market. And as you rightfully mentioned, there's a long and challenging path to sustainable innovation and to bring the region to the international play field of digitalization. As the saying goes, every once in a while, a new technology, an old problem and a great idea, they turn into innovation. If we put that in the context of Western Balkans, we have enough problems. The technology is there and changing every second day. So it seems that we are maybe struggling to find those right ideas to make innovation happen. In that regard, I'd like to ask you that how would you name what you recommend as to-dos in building these foundations for innovation, and what are the lessons learned so far for the region in this regard?
Yeah, is my internet connection now better, Renato?
But now, yes, now I can
okay, now I switched to my mobile phone. I'm sorry, I'm in a hotel here in Spain. And I couldn't really try it before. Thanks for summarizing again, Renato, what I said. Maybe it's also good to mention, as Siemens, actually, we have several centers, software outsourcing centers in the region that I've also been managing. In Bulgaria, we have 800 people, and we have in Portugal 3 outsourcing centers, large ones, and we have hired in the last 18 months 52 people, and in Kosovo mainly. And so these are real examples of what we have seen, and we had the ambition to hire. This is the case. Senior people that are like to help them. So also their salary band is pretty high, but on the other hand side, also it's great that we are taking them forward to educate them further actually in Germany. So I think one of the, so educating them further in Germany means that they come once forward to meet their German colleagues actually in the German teams, to work with them and actually get to know each other, but also and decide future roadmaps. And I think if I come into a cultural mindset, as I would call it, I think it's very important that we start looking at quality over quantity a little bit, because first things come first. So we need to have in all countries, I think, a good amount of senior people where we focus on continuous life. I really like it. I think we talk about the different areas of innovation, of automation. I think of machine learning, what's now happening. Then I think from a focus perspective, we actually need to focus on creating very good people. And this is not a generalizing topic. This comes from anybody. That actually can teams. We need to invest also from the programs into high quality programs versus mass programs to actually be capable of leading the rest. And that's what I see a little bit missing currently, right?
A lot of them have, of course, left with immigration, but now the good topic, and I think that's specifically the ICT area, they can stay in the region. Right? There is no reason you will not earn less because you have, specifically in Kosovo and some of the other countries, you have very good tax income related areas. So you are able actually that you can have a very similar salary if you look at the cost of living adjustment in the region for these people. But we need to create programs for them actually to be able to continuously learn. So a software developer, even if he has 3 or 5 years of experience, still needs to learn different soft skills, still needs to learn project management abilities, still need to look at agile and scrum methodologies. And I think if I look at that topic, it's not about just also through these programs educating somebody once for a year or 2, but really to bring them to the next level, go back, be able to give courses, provide facilities and training on the next level to create these 100, 200, 300, 500 leaders that actually are able to guide the next 10, 15, 20 people. And then we have the exponential impact where we are able to go from maybe 15% in the GDP impact of ICT to probably 30. So very concretely, for me, addressing this cultural mindset of really working together, unify the curriculums, do it over a longer period of time where you try to actually track the same talents. I think that was mentioned from other speakers before, the whole alumni topic. And then last but not least, I think the general push in STEM, also what was mentioned before, I think STEM in the female area, I think is important to develop. But in general, the region, if you look at STEM and then other highly technical countries that are actually leading, if you look at Ukraine and other areas, and the percentage of STEM is in general at least twice as high as in the West Balkan 6 countries. So looking at parents and helping them to understand the future of what ICT, what software development, and what digitalization gives us opportunities to keep families in the region together, right? But also to create really jobs that impact the country, I think is another very important factor of this. So this is a bit of my summary, having worked a bit with the region over the past 30 years. And I wish you a lot of success in these programs because I get truly energized by seeing it together. And please connect me on LinkedIn or whatever. Happy to have a chat. I'm every 6 to 8 weeks for a day or 2 in Albania or Kosovo or somewhere else in the region. So happy to connect.
Well, thanks a lot, Daniel. Unfortunately, still this technical problem was persisting a bit, and we might have lost some of the insightful recommendations and ideas that you mentioned. But I'll try to actually summarize on what we have discussed before and what you discussed in this channel. Yes, I mean the education actually formats in our countries have did not foster in the past decades the critical thinking, as you mentioned, and the problem-solving abilities of the students in ICT, or those students who are learning digital skills to complement their other skills. It definitely makes a difference, as you rightfully noted, between those that do possess these skills, and it translates into higher income for them. Nevertheless, I would say that despite all efforts made in the last decade from almost all economies in the region in their path to innovation and digitalization, still would be good to summarize a bit on the challenges that remain and persist. And we can notice that there is a digital divide still existing, particularly in rural and remote areas, where access to technology and digital services lags behind those urban centers, and that definitely impedes, it's an obstacle to those wanting to join ICT and digitalization for their education, and there are limited and outdated digital infrastructure in most parts of the region that can hinder the widespread adoption of digital technologies. There is need of developing and enhancing digital skills among the workforce, and the digital services have to be affordable and accessible. But I mean, as a bottom line, I would highlight as a key challenge now is the regulatory framework, the curriculums and unifying curriculums approximated to EU Digital Skills Framework, and those are necessary for fostering trust and facilitating digital innovation. So thanks a lot for your insights. And yeah, I mean, we in the Regional Challenge Fund, as also discussed by the colleagues and other keynote speakers, we put special focus on changes and challenges in the context of vocational training and digitalization. And we want to take these developments into account and support the adaptation processes of our VTIs. So apart from encouraging new training programs, we also support their creativity, so to say, and their growth to digitalization. The introduction of new technologies plays an important role. In this regard, we have today with us the VTIs leading 3 winning consortia. I would like to start with Ms. Maja Spajic, representing Don Bosco School in Zece. Ms. Spajic, you are awarded a grant of 290,000 euro in the second call, out of which 280,000 euro will be invested in modern CNC equipment and related software. So I would like to hear more on your innovative project, the Proposity program, and how does this project contribute to innovation and digitalization.
Lijep pozdrav svim sudionicima konferencije iz Žepča. I prije nego što konkretno vam kažem više o našem projektu, želim vam ukratko samo malo pokazati kako izgleda naša škola, kako bi dobili cjelokupnu sliku. Mi smo dio salezijanskih škola u svijetu koje postoje u 134 države i trenutno postoji preko 3600 škola i zapravo većina salezijanskih škola je utemeljena, odnosno usmjerena na strukovno obrazovanje mladih. Katolički školski centar Don Bosco Žepče je jedina salezijanska škola u Bosni i Herzegovini i trenutno imamo 354 učenika i 100 djelatnika, i ono s čim se posebno ponosimo da preko 25% djelatnika su naši bivši učenici. U sklopu centra djeluju 2 srednje škole, to je tehničko-obrtnička škola i gimnazija, te također imamo učenički dom, radionicu, oratorij, sportsku dvoranu i terene. Ovako možete vidjeti kako izgleda naš centar koji se prostire, znači, na površini od 70.000 četvornih metara, te osim ovih unutarnjih prostora mi zapravo posjedujemo i vanjske sportske terene i dvorište, što čini neku neizostavnu komponentu u odgoju i obrazovanju mladih. Što se tiče tehničko-obrtničke škole, znači imamo 4-godišnje i 3-godišnje programe. Od 4-godišnjih programa to su tehničar za mehatroniku, CNC programir, računalni tehničar, elektrotehničar, te poljoprivredni tehničar i agroturistički tehničar. Od 3-godišnjih zanimanja imamo elektroinstalater, elektromehaničar, instalater centralnog grijanja, zavarivač, bravar i vodoinstalater. Ono što posebno smo isto ponosni na 3-godišnja zanimanja, da oni imaju svoju već izgrađenu radionicu gdje obavljaju praktičnu nastavu, a također naši učenici su sudjelovali u opremanju znači centra kroz tu praktičnu nastavu gdje su izrađivali različit školski namještaj. a zapravo kroz ovaj projekt RCF fonda mi želimo poboljšati i kabinete, znači za praktičnu nastavu četverogodišnjih zanimanja. Kao što sam rekla, u centru djeluje još jedna srednja škola, gimnazija, koja ima 3 smjera, opći, prirodoslovni i jezični smjer. Imamo sportsku dvoranu, vanjske sportske terene koji su na raspolaganju svim korisnicima centra, ali i široj zajednici, pa smo često domaćini različitih sportskih natjecanja, kulturnih manifestacija. Također imamo novootvoren učenički dom koji osim suvremeno opremljenih spavaonica posjeduje kuhinju, prostore za druženje, za učenje. Tu djeluju odgajatelji, psiholozi, pedagozi koji kontinuirano prate, znači, svakog učenika pojedinačno i trenutno imamo preko 30 učenika koji dolaze iz raznih dijelova Bosne i Hercegovine, kako mi volimo reći, od Save do mora. Ono što je posebnost zapravo svake salezijanske škole, pa tako i naše, je oratorij, to jest centar za djecu i mlade, koji ima za cilj okupiti, znači, mlade i učenike našeg centra za vrijeme slobodnog vremena.
Podrška, ovdje mi se izvinjavamo, Majo, zašto vam prekidamo. Vaša prezentacija nije aktivna. Da li biste željeli da mi podijelimo vašu prezentaciju i samo da nam kažete na koji slajd da stavimo?
Može na slajd broj 17.
Odmah, samo vi možete ili da kliknete na slajd broj 17, molim vas. Koliko vi kliknete, evo ga. Možete u tom slučaju vi da klikćete na slajdove koji su vam potrebni, samo da možemo da ispratimo vašu prezentaciju. Hvala.
Što se tiče ovog centra za djecu i mlade, posebno smo ponosni na jedan karakterističan naš projekt koji traje već 15 godina, gdje srednjoškolci zajedno sa profesorima zapravo izrađuju različit cjelodnevni program za mlađu djecu, za osnovnoškolce i na taj način im ispunjavaju slobodno vrijeme na kvalitetan način, osobito u vrijeme školskog raspusta. Što se tiče projekta koji smo prošli pomoću RCF fonda, naš projekt se zove Centar kompetencija za budućnost i zapravo se odnosi na unapređenje nastavnog plana i programa tehničara za mehatroniku i CNC programera, odnosno računalnog tehničara. Ova dva programa su dosta slična i temelje se na znanjima iz područja strojarstva, elektrotehnike i informatike. I zapravo naš projekt će doprinijeti modernizaciji nastavnih programa na način da će se izvršiti izmjena tih nastavnih planova i programa kroz uvođenje laboratorijskih vježbi, odnosno povećanje broja sati laboratorijskih vježbi za 30% u većinu teoretskih predmeta koji do sada nisu imali vježbe zbog neopremljenosti, znači, kabineta. Kroz projekt ćemo također opremiti specijalizirane kabinete iz područja novih tehnologija kao što su CNC, programiranje, automatizacija i robotika. I ovi kabineti će zapravo sadržavati suvremenu opremu koja simulira različite procese s kojima se učenici mogu susresti u industriji. Također, za profesore ćemo osigurati kontinuiranu obuku kako bi se osposobili za rad na ovoj opremi, te također bit će im dostupni razni materijali kao potpora za učenje i uvođenje inovacija u nastavi. Također, projekt omogućuje suradnju sa poduzećima, to je s privatnim sektorima. Na primjer, do sada su naši učenici većinom odrađivali ljetnu ili ferijalnu praksu u poduzećima koja je bila rezultat privatnog, znači, dogovora između učenika i poduzeća, a sad ovim projektom mi zapravo uspostavljamo suradnju između škole i poduzeća na način da zajedno sudjelujemo u kreiranju plana obuke, to jest i samog načina rada učenika i evaluacije tih učenika. Također, projektne aktivnosti će doprinijeti razvoju suradnje sa regionalnim međunarodnim centrima za nove tehnologije, što će nam opet omogućiti zapravo da razminimo ta iskustva, ideje za nove suradnje i nove projekte. Sama područja novih tehnologija su dosta kognitivno zahtjevna i često apstraktna za učenike i zapravo naši učenici su do sada s njima samo susretali u teoriji, što im je zapravo otežalo stjecanje znanja iz ovih područja. Mi sami smo svjesni da su digitalna rješenja uveliko znači dio naše svakodnevnice, a alati i oprema koju ćemo znači imati u specijaliziranim kabinetima zapravo će služiti za cjeloživotno učenje i poučavanje i na taj način doprinijeti boljoj kvaliteti nastave. Kroz RCF projekt u našoj školi ćemo opremiti specijalizirane kabinete koji će sadržavati opremu kao što su CNC strojevi za glodanje i tokarenje, softveri za CNC programiranje, zatim CAD/CAM softveri koji omogućavaju automatski prijelaz od dizajna proizvoda do njegove konačne proizvodnje, odnosno izrade. Ta CAD/CAM tehnologija danas ima dosta široku primjenu u raznoj industriji, od zrakoplovne, automobilske, medicine, tako da na taj način naši učenici će biti osposobljeni za rad u velikom, širokom spektru industrija. Kabinet će također sadržavati opremu iz područja robotike, upravljanja i regulacija industrijskih procesa, opreme iz obnovljivih izvora energije, senzorike, zatim osnovnih komponenata industrijskih strojeva i pogona, što će zapravo im omogućiti znači bolji uvid u znači napredne industrijske procese i na taj način im olakšati usvajanje znanja. Kada govorimo o segmentu inovacija, znači projekt RCF u našoj školi će doprinijeti inovacijama kroz uvođenje novih tehnologija u učionicu, kao što smo rekli, programiranje, automatizacija i robotika, a cijeli zapravo koncept se temelji na digitalizaciji obrazovnog programa kroz izradu i nabavku digitalnih materijala za učenje, te opreme koja simulira zapravo napredne industrijske procese u samoj učionici. I zapravo na ovaj način učenici će razvijati svoju kreativnost, proširit će opseg svoga obrazovanja i bit će u mogućnosti da povežu rješavanje znači, problema sa prethodno stečenim znanjem. Ako pred učenike postavimo neki konkretan problem i ujedno omogućimo i susretanje sa realnim uvjetima koji vladaju u industriji, oni će se potaknuti na istraživanje, kreativnost, poduzetnost i odgovornost i na taj način nadamo se da ćemo pomoću ovog projekta osposobiti naše učenike da postanu konkurentniji na tržištu rada koje je danas zahtjevnije. I hvala vam na pažnji. Ako imate kakvih pitanja, evo tu sam na raspolaganju.
Thanks a lot, Maya, for the detailed presentation, and congratulations for your efforts in bridging the skills gap in the market by introducing this new technology and new innovative city program. I think that the program will definitely increase accessibility and provide personalized learning, promote industry relevance, and as you rightly mentioned, and enhance collaboration with the private sector. So we wish you good luck with the program. I would like to move now to the southeast of the region and talk to Ms. Snezana Saramandova, representing the Bogdansky School. The school introduced VR in their education programs in 2021, quite a novelty in secondary schools in the region, and is awarded a grant of 400,000 euro in the first call, out of which 135,000 euro are allocated for the investment in the virtual reality in education. So we would like to hear more on the city programs and the rationale behind usage of this technology and its expected impact in improving learning. So Snezana, the floor is for you.
Thank you, Renato. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a tremendous honor to address you all present here. Today, I'm sharing the exciting journey of the Regional Challenge Fund project I helped develop and I'm coordinating, titled A Look Inside My Future. This is a project led by Bogdanci Secondary School, and the school is located in a municipality in North Macedonia with a modest population of 8,000 residents. Our project strives to transfer vocational education and training through innovation and digitalization. The project has 3 cooperative training programs for different sectors and professions, like medical nurse, construction technician, and technician for transport and freight forwarding. The primary objective of the project is to merge theoretical knowledge with the utilization of cutting-edge digital technologies such as virtual reality, innovative softwares, while emphasizing practical on-the-job training. Our journey began during the challenging circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemics, which in retrospect provided to be a catalyst for the remarkable digitalization of education. We quickly had to adjust to remote learning, strengthening our school's technology infrastructure, and utilizing digital tools. At the outset, our dedicated teachers brought sometimes their personal laptops with better performances and pen tablets to facilitate the transition. They were constantly in search of ebooks and educational websites and apps to improve better their learning process. For me, as a math teacher, I was searching how and where to do online assessment and tests that students wouldn't cheat on. From student side, we had students helping teachers schedule their online classes, and some were removing other students or teachers from the meeting platform if the teachers were less familiar with the program settings. All of this was sometimes funny, sometimes nervous, but it was a normal process because of the digitalization, how it came to be immediately implemented for all of us. The significant concern arises regarding our medical nursing students who were unable to practice within hospitals because of the necessary protective measures. While the global shortage of medical personnel persisted, our VAT students were lacking the essential skills demanded by their future workplaces. Moreover, the massive migration of qualified medical staff from our region to European countries further magnified the problem, demanding immediate solutions. We turned to innovative technologies, specifically exploring the potential of VR in education to enhance our programs and students' learning outcomes. The remarkable VR solutions we found online, particularly those focused on human anatomy, left us fascinated, leading us to believe that this was the innovative solution our school needed to evolve into a 21st century VAT institution. Collaborating closely with the ICT private sector, we proposed titled Virtual Med Web Platform as part of our project. The platform overcomes the limitations of traditional 2D content consumption over the internet, such as images, videos, and webinars, by introducing an immersive VR 3D experience. By leveraging VR technology, Virtual Med provides open access to a virtual communication, collaboration, and presentation space. Unlocks unlimited possibilities for virtualizing physically distant elements, allowing users to experience them as they were truly present. For instance, a medical procedure like blood extraction or COVID testing processes can be recorded with a 316-degree camera and uploaded to the platform for VR viewing. This enables students to immerse themselves in the procedure as if they are sitting right beside the medical personnel performing it. Furthermore, we upload 360-degree images of our medical facilities as slides, offering students a realistic sense of their future working environment, including operational and radiology rooms, patient facilities, and more. The platform also incorporates 3D models of anatomic elements, medical equipment, and 3D scans for lecture purposes, thereby elevating students and teachers from the age of information to the age of experience. It is important to know that in VR, our bodies often forget that what we are experiencing isn't real, and our perception tricks us into believing we are in a different place altogether. In terms of impact, the innovative approach will elevate the level of knowledge and familiarity with new technologies within the professional segment. It will significantly deepen high school students' insight into practical environments, and evidence from various studies have demonstrated that VR in education enhances student outcomes, aids in memory retention and recall, and provides an unparalleled learning experience. The high school student educated using VR approaches will possess qualifications that are highly sought after, facilitating their rapid and secure employment. Thanks to the Regional Challenge Fund, we will now have access to the latest IT technological advancement, which are currently unavailable in other national secondary schools. In addition to the VR platform, the Regional Challenge Fund supports our digitalization efforts by investing in IT equipment, VR headsets, software for transport education, teachers training program, and study visits to university in Germany that actively employ VR in education. Looking at the grant funding breakdown, approximately 58% is allocated to digitalization investment, while 46% is specifically dedicated to the VR aspect, including capacity building for teaching staff. It is crucial for all vocational institutions in our region with the dual education concept to seize this valuable and unique opportunity offered by Regional Challenge Fund. By leveraging this opportunity, we can foster innovation, prepare our students for the demands of the modern workforce, and contribute to the advancement of our community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Svetlana, for your insightful presentation. And we are happy to have supported your innovative approach in introducing VR in learning. And we very much believe that your efforts in contributing to further innovation will serve as a motivation for other schools to follow. I'd like to quote you actually in your what you said during your presentation, and very much appreciate the fact that you highlighted the support of the Regional Challenge Fund, especially in charting the path towards a brighter future for the students. So thanks a lot. As we are approaching now the end of this session, it's still 10 minutes left, counting also the technical problems that we had. We talked about the challenges of digitalization and innovation in Western Balkans, the role of innovation to economic growth, and the challenging path to long-term innovation. But while talking about the role of that in fostering innovation, we tend to sometimes forget that digitalization per se is of utmost importance. So online platforms and learning management system, discussion forums, social media can connect learners with peers, mentors, industry experts, fostering in this way a sense of community and enabling knowledge sharing and networking opportunities. We have here today Mr. Driton Avciu from Cactus Education in Pristina. Cactus leads a winning consortia in the first call, has been granted with €600,000 for investment in digitalization of the schools and training materials and the training program. So we would like to hear more from Driton on their digitalization initiatives and the impacts to increase access in learning. Driton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Renato, very much. I would like to share the screen if that is possible. You just let me know if that is okay.
It is okay. Actually, you can do it. If not, then we do it from the technical support. But it should be working.
Okay. I'm not sure if you can see the screen at this moment. And
no, we don't. Now,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. So it's a great pleasure being here, and thank you for the invitation on a great discussion and great panels and meeting the peers in other countries. So my name is Driton Apciu. I'm one of the founders and a board member at Cactus Education, and I will tap a bit on the challenges, and while talking about the challenges, of course, share with you what we have done related to the innovation and digitalization in our institution. Cactus Education is a 2-year professional accredited ICT industry recognized school, but not only. We also provide specialized and custom-made trainings in ICT industries, and I will speak about that later also in some other fields. So yes, since 2000 we have been providing best of tech training and doing that while innovating and digitalizing, and we are and have been actively listening, watching, adapting, critically addressing, changing, being creative, forming business partnerships with companies, collaborating with academia, with other universities, out of box thinking, addressing issues and needs of the market and students, and implementing those changes. This has not been easy, for sure. We are part of the system that should be providing a crucial role in equipping individuals with practical technical skills and knowledge, and this is what we are doing. But unfortunately, the current state of that in Kosovo and most probably in the Western Balkans region in general obviously has many, many challenges which need to be addressed, and in order for us to be more effective and more relevant in this rapidly evolving world. The first thing that I want to mention is that whenever someone is addressing and wants to come to our institution and wants to get a proper industry recognized professional training in ICT, we always emphasize that it is not only about ICT, and this is what we are hearing from industry. It is very much about essential skills, very much about soft skills, and there is this disconnection which we see when we receive young students from high schools and from other academic institutions, that those skills are not applied, not taught, not learned during their previous experiences, and learning only about the tech that we provide is not enough. And this is the first part of what we call innovation in what we provide. So there are lots of other skills that we generally sometimes during the program with specialized classes, with top-on and top-up classes provide to our students, and absolutely needed for all of the different majors that we have. On the other hand, the other challenge that we have is that there are so many advancements across industries, and we have to be on top of that, and it is very hard. It is a continuous struggle, not easy to get and find the best teachers, trainers, instructors, technologies, labs, in order to meet the demand. Today, 2023, you can see what are the top strategic technology trends. Some of them are not even understandable in terms of not even clear what AI TRISM means or wireless value realization. But this is what is happening. This is the real world today. And staying on top of these is very, very hard, not only from the digital thinking and enabling technology, but also getting hold of people who will provide this kind of training. So what are we doing, and what is Regional Challenge Funds are actually supporting us in doing is that we are adapting our programs. We have started a number of new training programs, and we will most probably this year pursue accreditation in some of them as well, in order to meet the demand from the industry. Now, generally, the vocational education teaching methods were outdated, and we are changing that as well. Although you would think that, yeah, being in tech, we should be on the forefront. Yes, we are on the forefront. We have the technology, we have the tools, we have everything. But what we need is that we need to prepare both the learners and the teachers in order to meet the demands of today, engaging in whatever technology and whatever innovative methods that are needed in order for them to get that practical skill and acknowledge the new technology. And it's not easy. What we have been doing and do constantly is work closely with trainers, collaborate with vendors, and this is good because we, being in academia, receive at least some sort of discounts and support from large vendors. We get hold of latest equipment and technology, access to labs, digital teaching environments, deploy digital collaboration. We are fully digitally examined and tested within our environments, and provide fully capable workflow between students, professor, and administration. I must say that COVID helped a lot in terms of the pandemic itself, but in terms of making us becoming from day one a fully digital provider of online education and collaboration between our students, administration, professors, and public. And yet, lately we are more and more using social media channels for collaborating between the students, collaborating between students and teachers, but also peer institutions. So there has been in the past insufficient collaboration between VET institutions, specifically our institution. It was a one-way, as I say, collaboration. We were trying to get hold of more information, more demand needs from their side. Lately, we are seeing that collaboration improved. And it is crucial for specifically for technical VET to have that and incorporate latest advancements and industry practices in our curricula. And this is what we have been doing, and we will be doing that as well in the new RCF support programs. Another challenge that we have been facing, and I want to mention that in terms of how innovative we are trying to be in order to fight that perception, is the stigma that exists still around vocational education, which is unfortunately still deterring most of the students and individuals and their parents from financing students pursuing VET, and that ultimately leads to that shortage in the industry. And we have been facing this myths that exist around us. So the issue that vocational training is for students with poorer grades. We are getting the best of the students in the last couple of years, in our programs. When we say the best coming from the university with highest grades there, or with highest grades in high schools, which means that the perception is changing. The other one is that it was usually thought that this kind of vocational training is for blue collar or non-professional careers. Now it's the opposite. It's becoming a norm in ICT. In ICT sector, especially in Kosovo, it is like, yeah, if you have been through this kind of programs, you actually know, and that is how to say, argumented by the fact that 100%, 99 point something % of our students are actually employed in all generations, in all of the majors that we have. The third myth is that vocational training grads have been less preferred by employers compared to university graduate. And this depends, it's gradually changing in some of the majors, and we are seeing that shift. And the salaries have changed as well. It's not anymore about where and what you have finished. It's more about what you know and what you can do for the company and for the partnerships. And the vocational training as a dead end has changed. What we have done is that we have partnered with other universities and academia, institutions in Kosovo. We are currently doing that as well with international partners, so our students can top up their education on top of what they receive here. The other thing that is important, and we emphasize this all the way from day one to our students, is that this is a lifelong learning journey. This will never end. Technically, practically, they will have to adapt and learn every day. They will have to learn languages. They will have to be literate. They will have to understand the cultural differences between the countries that they will be providing services to. They have to have an entrepreneurial mindset, and that is part of our programs within the system. So it is something that will start maybe when they get into our institution, but actually we will be working and teaching them along for a very, very long time. So we have embraced technology. Per se, we had to do that because our programs are provided with an inline with technology, and we have, as I said, digitalized the whole learning experience. But not only that, we have also incorporated hackathons. We just had 2 hackathons. We are having one on Saturday. We had 2 weeks ago one in cyber. We will have another one in cyber on Saturday. We will have a special workshop open for public for cybersecurity awareness, which will lead to a hackathon at Innovation and Training Park in Prison. We are deploying virtual reality simulations. We have a gamification already in our testing environments, and have access to interactive online platforms. So this is something that is a must today in order to bring together students in real live environments, but also those online. What we are expecting and will be deploying with support of a Regional Challenge Fund is now these new technologies in 3D printing, Internet of Things, the smart. This is something that we look forward to, and we will be working together with our partners, with our company partners to actually provide and enable learners to gain that practical experience and apply their knowledge in a tangible and practical way. What else we are looking forward to, and this is a challenge as well, is that we want to provide a personalized learning. This is something that is happening across the industry, across the massive open learning environments. And as we are moving more and more into distance learning and online training, we are looking into ways how to make our programs accessible, our curriculums there around the clock, how to enrich the learning experience of our students and adapt that environment and create partnerships. absolutely partnerships with companies who are in dire need, in desperate need for skilled workforce. It is obvious that we will not be able on our own to do that. And it is obvious that they will also not be able to do that on their own and create academies. We are actively looking and partnering with companies in different fields, those who have the expertise in order to move forward together. What else is very important in our innovation and digitalization effort is career exploration and guidance. Luckily, in ICT sector, in Kosovo, in the region generally, I don't think that there are any unemployed skilled workers. So it is a challenge for the companies. But on the other hand, what is important for the students to know is that we are trying from day one to make sure that their skills are matched with the needs and requirements and market opportunities that are there. So what we do is that we share all the time new employment, apprenticeship, and internship opportunities. We distribute them through all of our channels, omni-channels, in order for the students to understand, make sure, and find appropriate position and placement. And yes, we are already providing something, and what we are saying is that we are kind of clustering our training programs and providing micro badges and micro certifications, digital badges. This is becoming a norm in the industry and in the companies as well, not only the VET providers. So we are adapting to that, and this is a way also to let know our prospective students that this journey is a never-ending journey, but at the same time, some sort of a gamification you have inside. You know, you pass the level 1, you will get to level 2, you pass level 2, and you will get to level 3. And this is how people are sort of becoming more engaged and stay on top of what technology trends are requiring. And absolutely, for them, important to continuously acquire new skills and adapt to evolving job requirements throughout their career. So, yeah, in general, this is what we have been doing. I didn't want to talk about the specific technologies. It is obvious that we have deployed all of the digital that can be deployed in our everyday curricula, because that is what we provide anyway. What we think is that all academia, universities, and VET have to do that if they want to stay on top of the programs and the education that they provide, because that is what the market wants, needs, and will be requiring more and more in the future. Thank you, Renato.
I'd like to thank you very much, Driton, for your comprehensive presentation, and more so on summarizing actually the challenges. So I don't need to do that. We're running a bit out of time now, but I would just like to add that, I mean, emphasizing innovation and digitalization in a way promotes the transition towards a knowledge-based economy, the Western Balkans, which we need, and that will focus on utilizing intellectual capital, research and development, fostering the culture of continuous learning, as you rightfully mentioned, and it will enable the region to move away from traditional industries and rely more on digital technologies and innovation-driven sectors. So I would like to thank all participants in this session for their insights, contribution to innovation, their efforts to the challenging path of upscaling and bringing back education to the level of matching the fast-paced technological development, and definitely keeping the next generation of students with the right digital skills required by the labor market. Thank you all for to the participants for the attention. There are many takeaways actually from this session. We should definitely get back to with the team and turn them into tangible recommendations for the high-level political forum and turn them into an action plan for our work and support in RCF. We'll head now for a short coffee break of 5 minutes to reduce that from the 15 minutes planned initially. As I said, we're running a bit out of time, so we'll have a coffee break of 5 minutes and then we'll resume with the green session moderated by my colleague, Ms. Biljana Simonova. So thank you.
Hello. Technical support, I think 5 minutes have passed. Unfortunately, I apologize to everyone for the shorter coffee break, but we are trying to stay within the agenda. I hope my panelists are still here, and we all know that we are starting just like after 5 minutes from my colleague's session, the previous one. My name is Liana Simeonova. I'm the regional coordinator from the Regional Challenge Fund. And this is the third session, Green Vocational Education and Training for Green Jobs. Today we have four speakers. I think we are all, let me see once more, we are all here. We have Filip Lasik, Danica Radovic, Biljana Milutinovic, and Krešnik Šeho. The transition to green economies and sustainable societies requires training institutions to engage more systematically in response to the changing jobs, opportunities, and skills needs for the green agenda. Vocational education and training is expected to play a key role in equipping learners for the emerging green jobs by providing them with green competencies for another smoother adaptation to changing work processes and profiles. There is often a mismatch between the skills and the jobs needed to effectively function in the transition to the green economy and society, and the ways in which they are developed through the existing teaching and training contents. The adaptation of green innovation in schools and in the workplace and green skills development go together. VET must find efficient ways to determine the new green qualifications and competencies that are needed to adopt processes to try to embed them into the curricula and to put these competencies into practice. Hence, both greening the VET institutions benefits not only for the workers, the learners, the industry, but also to the society as a whole. New jobs will be created, and VET will equip people with the appropriate skills requirements. Greening the VET institutions will strengthen the economy, and incorporation of the green skills in all training courses will hopefully improve students' work opportunities. Here today, we have 4 speakers. I will introduce them one by one, and they will present their projects with regards to both the greening of the VET institutions and the curricula. First, I would like to welcome Mr. Filip Lasik, who is a sector economist TVET at the KfW office in Frankfurt. Filip, you're here, okay. Thank you. Mr. Filip will present the Center of Excellence for Green TVET in Vietnam and the concept of greening TVET at the provider's level. So this will be an example of what KfW is working with regards to greening, and after which we will continue with some of the examples from the region. Filip, please, you can start with your presentation.
First of all, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, great.
Yes.
Yeah, just making sure. And then this presentation, can you see it? It's the second question. I have uploaded the presentation. Yes. Should be visible now.
Yeah, this is the first slide. Yes, please go on.
Okay, great. So hello to everyone. I hope you are well and had a good coffee. I just had one, and I will give you an overview about greening TVET as we at KfW understand it. There's 2 disclaimers I want to make. First, I'm on a very tight schedule because my little daughter, who's 1.5 years, and I take care of her at home, and she's sleeping right now. She's a bit sick, so I'll try to be very quick in order to catch that very magic moment of her sleeping and have time to discuss with you. Secondly, I'm not an expert on Western Balkan at all, so my position at KfW Development Bank is I'm a TVET specialist, so I'm responsible for the topic, if you will, and the experience that we have as KfW, but I'm not so much into specific regions. Yeah, nevertheless, I have some insights and one example I will show, which is a Vietnam case on greening Tibet that we have. I also shortened the presentation just recently, just today, also knowing that we're also all on a tight schedule. So greening Tibet, why? Yeah, so I think green Tibet has a relatively, or has a growing importance for the German government when it comes to international cooperation. And the reasons are, I think, should be relatively clear to all of us to a certain extent. So we have the climate crisis itself unfolding, and there's demand to change the way we work, the way we produce energy, the way we use resources, and all of that, of course, requires skilled people, skilled workers. Yeah, and we lack them. We lack them here in Germany as well, very badly, actually, especially when it comes to the so-called green jobs. Yeah, so that's the basic background. And then we have policy drivers. We have the G7 commitments, for instance, green skills and green jobs, which imply also that we do much more when it comes to vocational training and green vocational training. Then we have a lot of partner countries that we work with very intensively on energy transition issues and climate mitigation. I think the most well-known is the JETP, Just Energy Transition Partnership program, and they're South Africa is one country, Vietnam is another country now, and there's a lot of cooperation there on these issues, and always skilled workers are a key lack, let's say, for any energy transition. Yeah, they're not necessarily the first thing discussed, which is too bad, but oftentimes then later on people find out, well, we have the technology now, but we don't have the people actually to install and maintain. Yeah, and so the focus that we have is TVET and just transition right now, and we have our own internal also attempts at the development bank to make sure that we contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation, and that the TVET is also a big part of that. It always makes sense to go a step back. I have the feeling and ask, what are we talking about actually? Because green has become such an ambitious term, it kind of loses its meaning. And I always tend to think that in the future, any TVET be green in any case. So it will lose a lot of the contours anyway. So to my mind, a good high quality vocational training to some extent already green, but there can be more can be done, of course. And in Germany, we understand, or at least here at the KfW Development Bank, we understand green TVET as vocational training which imparts vocational competences necessary for a sustainable green economy. And that's important because the question is always not what is green TVET, but first, what is a green economy, and what is an economy that is, for instance, doesn't harm the environment and emits little CO2. And this is a concept so far. I think we're still very far from the realities there, but that's the starting point. And then green TVET will have to provide for that green economy. And then we have a number of dimensions that we talk about when we talk about green TVET. One is that we talk about integration of greening or green skills across occupations. So we have all these different occupations that are being trained. And then, of course, you would have a little in the curriculum, for instance, a component which is dedicated to sustainability. We have that in Germany in the vocational training system now, but that's, let's say, the cross-cutting approach. Then we have existing occupations, for instance, very technical occupations where we can think about adding green skills development. One example could be think about classical manufacturing occupations where part of the training at the end would be to manufacture, instead of manufacture, some technical device for industry. You could manufacture wind, a motor for a wind for solar energy technology. Yeah, so you could do something within the curriculum there. And then you would have to also sometimes think about entirely new green occupations that they haven't existed before. Yeah, I think in Germany, in the dual system, we don't really do that. It's rather we do the second one. We upgrade existing occupation, but here and there may be a need also to have a very new green occupation. We have one of those solar technology assistant in Germany, which isn't a dual vocational training occupation, but it's an occupation that is being trained in another system. Yeah. And then we have qualification that we may top up. So classical qualifications to become for instance, electrician, yeah, or a mechanic, and then you may add further education, further training, and then you get a different degree. So these are just to show the different, let's say, dimensions that we could talk about here. And then from that, the question derives, okay, how to green TVET then in these directions? Yeah, what needs to be done on the ground? And then again, as I highlighted, there are several components to how to address the process of greening. And one certainly is looking into professions, into occupations, and the contents there. Yeah, so I mentioned the curricula, for instance. That's a class. Key, of course, is pedagogical. So it's teaching staff. Yeah, it's teachers and trainers who are the key to unlock any greening process in any case, regardless of technology. And there, a lot needs to be done as well. And then last but not least, it's really the infrastructure side. And this is where we as KfW Development Bank mainly come in. We finance infrastructure, educational infrastructure. That I want to say this also, just show you that we don't do everything. We just do that part. And we are aware that that may not be enough, certainly, to really do a greening TVET, but it's a key part nevertheless. So what do we do when we can talk about infrastructure? We do really on that, to be honest, is actually something that we do very little yet, and we should do more. It's really TVET infrastructure with a real green focus. Yeah, we have the example I will show just in a moment from Vietnam, and there are little other examples so far. Yeah, so I have to say that. So it's really TVET infrastructure dedicated to greening. Then we have TVET infrastructure in general, where we look at quality, center of excellence, and so forth. And again, there we contribute as well, but it's not dedicated to such an extent to green jobs. So it could be other jobs, could be other other occupations on the labor market that will benefit later on, even those that are not green. Yeah. So, but we still look at quality TVET provision, and that in itself being, for instance, resource efficient, quality equipment, resource efficient equipment, and so forth. These kind of things that contribute there. And then we have some sectors where we invest heavily, like water sector. We have water, wastewater treatment facilities that we, for instance, finance, and we would look also in supporting further training for staff in these sectors. That's not a direct green TVET approach, but we do it to leverage and secure actually that our investment is as well used. And then I'm happy to know that the Challenge Fund that we support as well, as you know, is also addressing green TVET now, and this is great, and we need more concrete cases where we support green TVET. So I'm very interested to hear also the examples following my input here. Okay, last slide is the Green Center of Excellence, or Center of Excellence for Green TVET in Vietnam. And I think that was 10 years ago that started this process to support this vocational training center in the south of Vietnam, in a very dynamic industrial region actually. And it is actually as you can see, a bit occupations, so mechanics for sanitary heating, climate technology, and electronics for energy and building technology. So it's a lot of resource or energy efficiency here, yeah, that we try to address with these occupations. And this is certainly something very, very necessary in the region. I mean, Vietnam recently hit a new heat record actually for Vietnam. So it's never been as hot there as just 2 months ago. So, you know, it won't be a heating issue, but let's say climate technology will be even more in demand in the future. And also buildings and well-adapted buildings. And here we support these occupations through construction measures. We provide equipment and also some technical assistance, but we also cooperate with the GIZ in this project. Yeah, so they do a lot of teacher training and so forth. They do the soft part, we do the hard part, if you will. And what we really focused on is the buildings, as I said. So we looked at what's the building, proper building location, orientation, so that energy efficiency measures of the building itself. Natural ventilation is a huge issue. Also some solar panels on the roofs to have renewable energy production part of the building itself, and basically addressing living what the center teaches. Yeah, that's the idea. So that the students also see maybe where they're going to work in later on. Yeah, so that's part of the pedagogical approach here as well. So use of sustainable materials, and then we even have a local certification for energy efficiency buildings. So Lotus is called, that was applied here as well. So you see that these are just to give you some ideas. And I think what's in general important here when talk about green TVET is this two-pronged approach. It's first looking at what is the demand on the labor market side. Yeah, we have occupations here that are really relevant for the labor market. And that's already then part of the job, to find the right occupations, support them, and see what also potentials in these occupations. These need not be new occupations, but what, you know, ecological or sustainability potentials are there. Just to look at that very rationally, objectively helps. And then to ask what will the school need here in terms of building, in terms of equipment, but teaching as well, right? Personnel. So the whole range of TVET provision at a TVET provider institution needs to be considered when looking for that. It's just shouldn't be just a little part, just the equipment, and then that's it. Yeah, that would be dangerous. So we are also talking about the whole institutional approach, and especially in green TVET, I think there's a much larger concept where we think about also how to involve the community, certainly how to involve businesses. Yeah, so the Center of Excellence, for instance, was chosen also for its business cooperations, very active cooperations, and here challenge fund and cooperative model supported. I think that's actually a key lever to look at how businesses and VFAIrs providers can work on this issue together. Yeah? So to basically to ground all of this in a more general environment, talking about community and businesses, about how to achieve greening is also a key prerequisite for achieving something here. Yeah, I think that's from my side. Yeah, I don't want to go into too much detail. I'm looking forward for the examples from the Western Balkans.
Thank you, Philip, and thank you. It was really extensive. I know your daughter is not feeling well, and hope she will get better soon. And no need for me to wrap up. It was a good intro when you said that there are two things to look into: the demand of the labor market side and what will the school do on the other side. So these are the regional examples that we have now, the 3 ones coming up in the session, which actually took this approach and looked at both sides. And now I will introduce the next speaker is Professor Danica Radović from Faculty of International Tourism and Hotel Management in Miločar Budva. RCF is supporting faculties project implementing sustainable gastronomy modules in service of hospitality industry. And the faculty offers first and only accredited hotel and gastronomy management study programs in Montenegro. The project is introducing sustainable gastronomy modules into the basic applied bachelor study program of international gastronomy and hotel management, and is currently the only higher educational program related to gastronomy and Montenegro. I will ask, we prepared with Professor Danica, but I will now join two questions into one because we don't really have enough time, but still want to cover all the topics and for them to share what the faculty is doing. So Professor Danica, thank you for joining today. And I would like to ask you to briefly present your project and its benefits for students and partner enterprises towards green management practice. And if you could also please tell us how you're making your students more competitive on this labor market. And the second, which I would like to add to the first one, could you please outline how you plan to cover environmental topics within the courses, like part of the studies? You mentioned in your project from farm to fork, sustainable tourism development, menu planning, food cost control. So yes, this is what Philip also mentioned just before, cross-cutting green into the current curricula. So please, Professor Danica, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Biljana. Don't worry, I will talk very fast. We are very grateful for Regional Challenge Fund for this opportunity. And we are probably a good example not to give up, because we also applied in the first call and we took seriously your suggestions how to improve our project. And in the second call, we were one of the awarded institutions. So we are very proud on that. So that is a message to all the other participants, as the third call is published already, not to give up, to work on their project, and definitely the success will be there just behind the corner. Regarding our school and our project, as you already said, it's implementing sustainable gastronomy modules in our existing curriculum, but in service of hospitality industry. Actually, partners of our faculty in this project are three very well-known and established and luxurious hotel brands. One of them is Hyatt, which probably doesn't need any further introduction, as it is a world-class brand. Two others are also international hotel chains, one and only. It's Porto Novi Resort in Herzegovina, Montenegro, and the third one is Charisma Hotels Adriatic Montenegro, hotel chain that has also hotels in Croatia, along the Mediterranean coast and Latin America. So our partners really know what they need and what they need to do to achieve their goals, to have good, well-qualified employees with good working skills. That's how we found some common interest in educating our students so they can be competitive at labor market, and that their learning environment and their real skills, practical skills, are in line with the needs of the employers, not only these partners of ours, but also other employers in tourism and hospitality industry in Montenegro. So our project actually consists of two parts. One part is to create, to develop, and to deliver curriculums, such courses within the curriculum, such as you already said, from farm to fork, which emphasize the process of food production, menu planning, food cost control, and others, where we will create those courses. We will train our trainers how to deliver those courses in our institution. We will also train trainers and mentors within the partner companies how to deliver practical part of those courses within their companies and their hospitality facilities. So that is one part of the project. And the other one, thanks to our RCF, is the one where we will get the necessary equipment to deliver those courses in a manner that is completely suitable to all hospitality employers, not only in Montenegro, in the region, but we can say along the world, because the equipment that we are purchasing is really state-of-art in those segments of hospitality industry. So first of all, it's a glass greenhouse, which will be very attractive, as it will help our students to see the whole food production process, how you should, of course, emphasizing the sustainability within that process, how you should treat the soil, how you should grow your vegetables, herbs, to the point where they will use it in preparing the menus and dishes that they will serve. So they need to know the process, and they need to think about the sustainability and the green aspects of that process along the way. Other equipment that we will purchase on this occasion are mobile food demonstration labs that will provide our students and professors with opportunity to do their food demonstration in outdoor areas. So they can also learn about energy efficiency and how to learn about saving resources when those processes and events and banquets are done in outdoors, which is very often here, as we are a country where tourism is one of the main economy branches. Besides that, and besides the other equipment necessary for food and beverage services, we will also purchase a software solution. It's an online distance learning platform, because with faculties, as you are probably already aware of, it's not the same thing as with the high schools. Every high school has students from that town, but for the faculty, we have students from all over the Montenegro, even from a wider region, because, as you said, we are the only gastronomy higher education institution in Montenegro, and it's not always easy for them to attend the classes. So the audiovisual equipment and this online distance learning platform will provide them with an option to listen live all our sessions, all courses. So when they're not able to attend, they will not miss the knowledge and the skills required for that course. Besides that, one of the main indicators of success of our faculty and our study programs is the fact that our students are already employed even from the first year of their study. So approximately 90% of our students are employed when they graduate. So as they are already working, it's also not easy for them to attend every single class, and this will really make that process for them much easier. Why are they so competitive at the labor market even now? Because we are applied study program with the 70% of practical skills that we learn during the learning process. We are the only faculty for tourism and hospitality in Montenegro, I'm not sure for the region, that is situated within the hotel. So our students are learning in a real life environment. They have their exercises in contact with real guests, dealing with their complaints, their requests. So that makes them more ready for the process at the employer. When they are employed, they already have very significant experience, hands-on experience above all. Besides that, we work in small groups. So our programs have 30 to 40 students. We divide them in groups of 10 to 12 students, and we have personalized relation between professor and students. So we follow every our student from the moment he enrolls the program until he finishes. And after his employment, we are in touch with our alumni base, so we can provide them maybe some additional career guiding and counseling. And one of the main points and how we got so good partners for this project is the thing that we involve employers in every stage of our learning process. So though we have professors with academic degrees, we have for every course professors, instructors, assistants that are currently engaged in top hospitality establishments in Montenegro. They are executive chefs, restaurant managers, hotel managers. So they have contact with our students from the day one of their study. And they have the opportunity to recruit and select employees even from the first year. Is there that's almost everything that answers your question, or I can add some more?
Yes, Professor Danica, thank you. Everything was answered, and I really like how you said also when we discussed that you already have this green management implemented, but now you're upgrading. So this is a really good example. There are also other VTIs from the region can follow, and it can give an idea.
That's the thing that we talked about, that we are in a building where we are part of EU eco-label implementing standards. So we do have solar panels, we have water saving facilities. So we are already in the building management system, and now we will in the learning management system have implemented those bases. And now, of course, we need to upgrade them even more.
Okay, thank you, Professor Danica. If there are any questions, please write it in the Q&A, and we'll try to answer it in the Q&A session, which is coming just after this one. Our next, thank you, Professor Danica. Our next speaker is, we are moving now to Niš. It's coming from the Academy of Applied Technical and Preschool Studies. Welcome to Dr. Biljana Milutinovic, full professor at this academy. RCF is supporting the project Laboratory Capacity Building for Industry 4.0, where the academy will be equipped with modern equipment and will contribute to the improvement of the innovative concept of cooperative training programs, as well as support for modern approaches such as green industries and a rational and sustainable transition to Industry 4.0. So, Dr. Biljana, I would like to ask you a couple of questions also, like we discussed this before the session. The Academy offers an accredited study program for bachelor studies in environmental engineering, and then you have also a master's studies in waste management. So could you please tell us how the students acquire practical knowledge on the latest trends in environmental protection?
Dobar dan svima. Pre svega želim da vam se zahvalim na prilici da predstavim naše iskustva i aktivnosti koje sprovodimo u cilju unapređenja znanja naših studenata o pitanjima zaštite životne sredine. Pre nego što počnem da pričam o tome, hoću samo da vas upoznam sa delatnošću akademije. Mi edukujemo studente u tehničko-tehnološkom polju u dva nivoa, u prvom i drugom nivou studija, znači bachelor and master studije, i između ostalog u oblastima industrijsko inženjerstvo, građevinsko inženjerstvo, elektrotehnika, računarstvo, saobraćajno inženjerstvo, inženjerstvo zaštite životne sredine. Akademija je u svom radu potpuno posvećena očuvanju životne sredine i ova posvećenost se ogleda u različitim aktivnostima koje sprovodimo. S obzirom da Republika Srbija jeste na putu pridruživanja Evropskoj uniji, što podrazumeva i otvaranje poglavlja 27 koje se odnosi na zaštitu životne sredine, a koje zahteva posebne napore za podizanje nivoa institucije i znanja u ovoj oblasti, shvatili smo da će biti potrebni stručnjaci koji će biti u stanju da odgovore ovim zahtevima, a u tom trenutku mi takve stručnjake nismo imali u dovoljnom broju. Potrebu za obrazovanjem stručnjaka iz oblasti zaštite životne sredine prepoznali smo još 2012. godine i tada smo prvi put akreditovali studijski program na osnovnim strukovnim studijama inženjerstva zaštite životne sredine. Na ovom studijskom programu studenti se upoznaju sa principima zaštite životne sredine, održivog razvoja, alternativnim izvorima energije, zakonima i propisima iz oblasti zaštite životne sredine, zatim metodama merenja i kontrole zagađenja, energetskom efikasnošću, metodama upravljanja otpadom, a sve u skladu sa svetskim i ekonomskim društvenim razvojem. Nakon toga, akademija je bila koordinator jednog Erasmus projekta pod nazivom Razvoj kurikuluma upravljanja otpadom u saradnji sa javnim i privatnim partnerstvom, i u okviru ovog projekta smo mi između ostalog radili obuke zaposlenih članova konzorcijuma u cilju podizanja njihove ekološke svesti, kao i obuke pripadnika marginalnih grupa u cilju podizanja mogućnosti za pokretanje sopstvenog biznisa u oblasti upravljanja otpadom. Kao rezultat ovog projekta 2017. godine smo akreditovali i master studijski program upravljanja otpadom, gde su studenti i danas, sada smo u procesu reakreditacije tog studijskog programa, upoznaju i osposobljavaju se u stvari da prepoznaju opasnosti koje po životnu sredinu nosi neadekvatno upravljanje otpadom, uče da primenjuju sve propise iz ove oblasti i naravno najbolje dostupne prakse u svetu u vezi sa upravljanjem otpadom. Takođe, kao rezultat ovog projekta je bilo da su i ostale visokoškolske ustanove koje su bile partneri na ovom projektu akreditovale studijske programe na prvom, odnosno drugom nivou studija u oblasti zaštite životne sredine. Pored toga, akademija je formirala upravo u cilju da studenti kroz praktične projekte mogu da steknu i neka znanja, praktična znanja i veštine, laboratoriju za zaštitu životne sredine, koju smo opremili savremenom opremom za ispitivanje kvaliteta vazduha, vode, zemljišta, za ispitivanje i karakterizaciju otpada, gde studenti praktično ispitivanjem uzoraka sa terena rade različita istraživanja i testiranja i monitoring životne sredine kroz stručnu praksu i kroz izradu svojih završnih, odnosno diplomskih, odnosno master rada.
Dr. Biljana, you already mentioned that actually the academy recognized the need on the labor market, and this is how you introduced a new program. So I would also like to ask about the curricula. We saw in the project that you also in the curricula introduced some cross-cutting greening subjects for students that have been enrolled in also in other programs as well, not only this bachelor and the master that you presented, but also there are some subjects that other students can choose and study them as well. Could you tell us about these innovations, so to say, in the curriculum of the academy?
Tako je. Pored toga što smo shvatili potrebu da je neophodno edukovati stručnjake iz oblasti zaštite životne sredine, shvatili smo da je neophodno da inženjeri iz drugih oblasti, odnosno studenti koje mi edukujemo iz drugih stručnih oblasti, to je industrijsko inženjerstvo, mašinsko inženjerstvo, elektroinženjeri i tako dalje, podignu svoju ekološku svest i steknu znanja o mogućim negativnim uticajima njihovih projekata na životnu sredinu i o mogućnostima takozvane zelene proizvodnje. A sve ovo zbog toga što proizvodne kompanije sve više i više obraćaju pažnju na to kakav uticaj njihovi proizvodni procesi imaju na životnu sredinu. Na osnovu našeg iskustva kroz saradnju sa kompanijama shvatili smo da one sve više povećavaju svoje performanse u zaštiti životne sredine i to na način da identifikuju sve uticaje na okruženje koji proizilaze iz realizacije procesa, da planiraju resurse i način za smanjenje negativnih uticaja, da striktno vode računa o ispunjenju zakonske regulative iz oblasti zaštite životne sredine, koje mogu naravno da se primene na njihove procese, da rade na stalnom podizanju svesti, ekološke svesti svojih zaposlenih, da rade i da doprinose i široj društvenoj zajednici kroz različite projekte koje organizuju vezane za različite aspekte zaštite životne sredine, o značaju reciklaže otpada, o preradi sekundarnih sirovina i tako dalje. I u cilju, naravno, zaštite životne sredine vode računa da se neobnovljivi izvori energije koriste racionalno, a da sve više i više primenjuju obnovljive izvore energije. Zbog toga smo mi konkretno na studijskom programu industrijsko inženjerstvo, sa kojim smo inače aplicirali i dobili sredstva iz Regional Challenge fonda, pružili studentima mogućnost da kroz izborne predmete, kao što su održivi razvoj, reciklažne tehnologije ili upravljanje otpadom, a sada, s obzirom da smo u procesu reakreditacije tog istog studijskog programa, dodali smo još neke predmete kao što je analiza životnog ciklusa ili energetska efikasnost, koje praktično omogućavaju studentima da steknu različita znanja o zaštiti životne sredine, o korišćenju obnovljivih izvora energije, o energetskoj efikasnosti, odnosno da prepoznaju negativne efekte proizvodnih procesa na životnu sredinu, da primenjuju zelene proizvodne tehnologije, da biraju ekološki prihvatljive materijale prilikom projektovanja proizvoda, ali i da predvide kako će proizvod biti ponovno upotrebljen na kraju svog životnog ciklusa kroz različite principe reciklaže i ponovne upotrebe, da projektuju procese sa efikasnim korišćenjem energije. To je ono što oni praktično moraju svoja znanja da prošire ovakvim nekim novim veštinama i znanjima. Naravno i kroz dualno obrazovanje i učenje kroz rad koje naši studenti imaju priliku da steknu praktično znanje u kompanijama gde obavljaju stručnu praksu. Tako da kao rezultat ovakvih nekih znanja koje su stekli kroz ove predmete i studenti su kroz različite praktične projekte i kroz diplomske radove projektovali i izradili mobilnu mašinu za reciklažu aluminijumskih limenki i PET ambalaže, naravno u saradnji sa jednom od društveno odgovornih kompanija koja je raspisala upravo projekat vezan za takve neke proizvode. Zatim su radili kroz jedan diplomski rad, radili na projektovanju i izradi električne bicikle, radili su različite projekte energetske efikasnosti na zgradama, izrađivali su planove upravljanja otpadom u različitim preduzećima. I na ovaj način su praktično svoja znanja koja su stekli, praktično znanja i veštine iz ove oblasti, primjenjivali u praksi i time su postali potpuno spremni da se uključe u neko realno proizvodno okruženje.
Dr. Biljana, thank you. This is a great example of how a VTI had a fast reaction to the demands of the labor market, and also with introducing this content into the curricula for all the students who actually make them more employable in the future. And they have these demanded skills that the labor market is asking for. So I think it's a really great example of how other VTIs can take on and introduce the green skills into their curricula as well. Thank you, Dr. Biljana. If we have other questions, we'll refer them into the next session with the Q&A, which is coming up. And I would like to now ask my last speaker for this session, coming from the Shehu Academy from Drenaš. Welcome to Mr. Krešnik Shehu. You will be also presenting. You can also start opening your presentation. I know you have prepared one, and you are the co-owner of this academy, and RCF is supporting the project for professional skills development and increasing employment in the wood processing sector. Shehu Academy is implementing this project together with one public school. So there are two VTIs in this project. The school is Fehmi Ladrovci. And now back to the greening vet at the providers level, which Mr. Philip at the beginning talked about. Mr. Shehu will briefly present the project and the planned building of a new training center with eco-friendly machineries and equipment that are going to be used for this training program that they applied for at the RCF, which is a carpenter. And now the academy is offering this for the future students. Mr. Krešnik, if you're ready, you can please start with your presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Biljana. I want to thank you for this opportunity. First of all, I want to share one presentation with you, if I could. If you're going to see my presentation, let me know.
Yes, we see it. We see the first slide.
Okay. My name is Krešnik Shehu. I'm honored to represent Shehu Academy from Drenaš, Kosovo. And I'm a co-owner of the Shehu Academy. Today I will present the project focused on the professional skills development and increasing employment in the wood processing sector with the support of Regional Challenge Fund. Importance of the greening VAT. Before delving into the specifics of our project, let us understand why greening vocational education and training is crucial in today's world, with the growing concerns of the climatic change and environmental sustainability. It is essential to integrate green practice into the vocational training programs. By adopting eco-friendly technologies and methodologies, we create a workforce that not only meets the demands of the industry, but also contributes to a more sustainable future. I can share with you project overview. The Shehu Academy project focuses on the three key aspects: infrastructure development, curriculum enhancement, and the industry collaboration. Our primary objectives is to establish a state-of-art training center that meets the highest environmental standards. That means we have a focus to build one training center in focus of prefab wood building, not in conventional construction with concrete or metal construction. Infrastructure development to ensure sustainable learning environment. We are committed to constructing a training center that incorporate eco-friendly design principles. The building will utilize energy efficient materials, employ renewable energy sources, and implement waste management system to minimize our carbon footprint. Furthermore, we will highlight natural lighting and ventilation to reduce energy consumption. Our training program for carpenters aims to provide students with holistic knowledge and practical skills in wood processing. We have developed 12 accredited short-term modules, each integrating the green concept. Our curriculum includes topics such as sustainable forestry practices, efficient wood processing techniques, and the use of eco-friendly finishing of the products. By incorporating these elements, we are preparing our students to evolving needs of the industry. We have concentrated in an industry collaboration to bridge the gap between training and employment. We actively collaborate with local wood processing companies. We engage industry experts to provide guest lectures, offer practice programs, and organize job fairs to facilitate direct interaction between our students and our potential employers. This approach ensures that our graduates possess the necessary skills and knowledge sought by the industry. By implementing green practice in our vocational training program, we anticipate several positive outcomes. Firstly, our students will be equipped with up-to-date skills that align with the industry demands, enhancing their employability prospects. Additionally, their expertise in sustainable wood processing will contribute to the overall environmental consciousness of the sector. By inducting a green workforce, we aim to foster a culture of sustainable with the wood processing industry. Conclusion. In conclusion, Sheo Academy projects focus on the professional skill development and in the wood processing sector by greening VAT. Through the establishment of the eco-friendly training center, curriculum enhanced, and the industry collaboration, we aim to create workforce that is both skilled and environmentally conscious. We believe that this approach will not only benefit of our students, but also contribute to more sustainable future for wood processing industry. Thank you.
Mr. Kreshnik, thank you. It was a really great short, but really great presentation. Everything was clear. I just want to ask you a really short again question. You said that you are offering 12 accredited short-term modules where you introduced the green concept. So I would like to ask you, how do you think this actually affects the employability of your students?
Yes, we're thinking with this kind of concept, eco-friendly concept, we think to change the mindset of the new generation for the better future. We're thinking if it's our concept with eco-green building also to use, to learn, to train the students to use products with eco products in our high finishing products, we're going to learn them just to be the mindset of the green focus. For example, if also with eco oriented models, we influence students for the future to have influence in environment protection in the future. That is idea.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. This is really clear. And all these changes that the VTI is introducing, whether it's with the curricula or the infrastructure or the management system they introduce, all of them are actually leading to the increasing the employability of the students and the sustainability. So thank you, Mr. Krešnik. I would like to thank you all the 4 speakers of the session. And I would like to conclude that there are some really great pioneers in the region that we just now presented, where vocational training institutes are incorporating sustainability into current curricula and are greening the skills of the learners, but also greening the processes of the training institutions. By greening the institutions, the VTRs are not only increasing the awareness, but are also promoting the principle of sustainability, as we saw in the last presentation, and this should be also widely supported. So the green agenda, as a conclusion, must be recognized by the VET system, as well as introducing more learning opportunities for environmental protection and sustainability. I think we had a really great session and we stayed within the time framework. Next is our Q&A session and conclusion. So I would like to hand it over to my colleague Jelena to please take over and continue with the agenda.
Yes, thank you, Biljana. Thank you for moderating this inspiring session. It was interesting to move around the region, also around the world, with Philip presenting Vietnam example. And we have reached the end of our today's conference, and I want to thank to all of you who stayed. It's good to see that we still have more than 100 people following us and listening and also asking questions. There's been an interesting exchange in question and answer section where there was some questions, clarification asked, and our panelists will address them or have already addressed them. But there was also some interesting examples shared, like digital Serbian digital skills and technology transfer in the Western Balkans, as well as interesting examples of career guidance education system in Kosovo. And we have been also able to clarify a bit what do we mean by our cooperative training approach and how it resembles to dual model of education. We shared some links. And I cannot see any questions unanswered so far, but for any question that might pop up after the conference, you may contact us via info email or emails of regional coordinators that are available on the RCF website. Having this said, I would like us to move to closing remarks now. We have today with us 2 people that you have already met, Mr. Frida Verman, Mr. Balša Čulović, and I think that Mr. Richard Coley from Swiss Development and Cooperation is also here with us, so he will join us as well. And let me start, Frida, with you. Hearing all these panel sessions and these interesting examples of vocational training institutes from around the region that RCF will be supporting, and also having in mind our thematical aspect that we are devoted to promote. What would be your key takeaways from today's discussions? What resonates the most with you?
Yeah, thanks, Jelena. Well, given the richness of presentations and examples, not that easy to take something in particular out. First of all, I would like to thank all the participants and the contributors. I think it was a great overview of activities going on. I think if I would have to take out one thing that I found noteworthy is that it seems that very successful programs, but also a lot of thinking in how to make programs successful goes into the direction of how to embed VET activities as closely as possible with all different aspects. I mean, we're starting from the point of view that needs to be embedded or integrated with companies and their needs. But I think what I've heard today, it goes far beyond that. Yeah, so we have heard, especially in the first session, if counseling and career planning is to be part of it, it needs to be embedded as well in social context, in the professional context, in personal context of individuals and parents. I think then in the digital section, we saw what embedding means as well, yeah, with virtual realities coming in, which of course gives completely new possibilities. I found this, most thought-provoking, I think, and I guess we will bring it into the team and think about how we can, bring these questions of embedding that activities in the broadest concept a bit as well into our RCMF work. So this I found, very interesting, very challenging as well. And thanks again for all the contributors to make this point, I think, so clear, at least for me, so clearly today.
Yes, thank you, Frieder. Thank you for mentioning all three panels in brief. And I agree with you. Discussions were very rich. We heard a lot about need to improve cooperation with different stakeholders in providing career counseling, but then also to think about that in the context of green agenda, introduce more learning opportunities for environmental protection. But what was also interesting is to explore potential of innovation from VTI's side and to enable innovative elements in that work. So it somehow seems that if vocational training providers introduce innovations in terms of digital and greening, they're at the same time more attractive. They could be potentially be more attractive to students. So I think these all three topics merge at the end. Mr. Kohli, we have Mr. Kohli with us, Richard Kohli. He's head of development cooperation of Swiss Development and Cooperation Agency based in Serbia. How does today's conference sounds to you? What would be your key takeaway?
Well, thank you, Jelena, for the opportunity, and really on behalf of STC also many thanks to the organizers, KfW, CIF, the Challenge Fund to make this happen, to have this conference. Similarly as Frieder, I mean, it was extremely rich. I was impressed by many things, but especially these practical examples, especially when it comes to digitalization and green jobs, the green job profiles. It's very good to see that. Well, there is a wealth of ideas around, and people are working on it. More specifically to VET, I mean, this was also confirmed, I think, by this conference. The labor market relevance and especially sustainable productivity is really at the center of the topic. This is not something very new, I would say, but it is true, and I think to make this dual VET really working, it's quite an endeavor, I would say. We have so many dimensions to address, and the RCF is addressing many of this. Of this dimension. I mean, the adequate policy frameworks. We need a private sector that is willing to engage and invest, and this private sector needs a return on investment, of course. We have technical schools, teachers that are willing to adapt. This is often very political and not an easy job to do, and maybe one point that I think hasn't been addressed today is a more societal point. I mean, parents and the youth themselves seeing dual VET or VET as a valid alternative to academic training. And in this regard, I think maybe countries like Germany, Austria, Switzerland, where these systems have historically grown, this task is maybe a little bit easier for us. But I mean, these are, I think, key challenges that we have to address. And then last but not least, and I think this is really the RCF coming in, well-equipped training facilities in order to contribute that trained people meet the demand of the labor market. I think this is of utmost importance, and having said this, I think we are, as Switzerland, as SDC, we are very happy to be part of this endeavor. And personally, I'm really looking forward to, well, quite soon, or at some point, let's say, to see the RCF in practice. And I got a flavor now of all this wealth of interesting practices that are around, that I'm really happy to, at some point, having the opportunity maybe also to be on the ground and see what is going on. In that sense, many thanks again for organizing this extremely interesting conference. And with that, I don't want to prolong longer. I think everybody's probably a bit hungry also. Back to you, Jelena.
Thank you, Mr. Kohli. Thank you for your inspiring words. And of course, you're welcome to join us, and we can also taste the flavor of projects on the ground. And I would give the opportunity and honor to close the conference to Mr. Balša Čulović from Chamber Investment Forum. And Balša, please.
Thank you very much, Jelena. Once again, I would like to thank everyone for being here today. I would like to thank very much to moderators, panelists, speakers, to FMU, all of you guys. Thank you for organizing this conference. Everything has already been said. You know, moderators wrapped up everything very well during their own session. So I will take this and I will use this time for concluding remarks to mention once again the third call. We will continue to work on promoting the Regional Challenge Fund to increase the response to the current third call by new consortia, and thereby providing modern conditions for acquiring knowledge and skills in cooperation between education sector and the economy. Considering the importance of green skills, digitalization, and circular economy in modern business conditions, WB6 CIF invites all employers whose focus is on the mentioned topics to apply in cooperation with schools on third call. We will be there for you during the preparation phase of your projects and also during the implementation of your projects. Once again, thank you very much, and I really wish you a great rest of the week. Yalla, back to you.
Balša, thank you. You said everything that needs to be said. Thank you so much for support and contribution. I thank to all speakers and panelists, once again, to all attendees who stay until the end. And as we promised, we will send out follow-up emails with links, with the recorded session, and also with presentations available from our panelists. Enjoy the rest of the day, and bon appetit if you're having lunch right after.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you very much.